I know it sounds all quiet, right? Yep, sure does. Waiting for somebody to get in here before I start really talking. So it'll be a quiet show till somebody comes in. That's how that'll play out. Once I see I know somebody's in here, then they go, hey, somebody's in here. Well, I got 0 people. Hey, that's awesome. So how's it going there, Danny? Yep, I got 0 people in the room. Okay, well, now it changed. Okay, that's cool. Anyhow, yep, you see the background drop I threw up in your face. Hey, yep, there you are. There's your coronavirus. Passed out the table from drinking it. Okay, but just just what I've observed myself. Well, hello, Hayden. Happy to see you here. Feel free to join if you feel like. Anyhow, on the coronavirus thing, just something I was noticing. Okay, and of course, I'd be interested in hearing your opinions on this one. See, in Colorado, at least up where my ex lives, pretty big area. Okay, she's out and about all the time and in the stores and stuff, and she don't see anybody walking. She don't see massive amounts of people walking around with masks anywhere. Matter of fact, she hardly ever sees anybody with a mask on. And in the town I'm in, which isn't a small town, it isn't huge, but it isn't small. And I've been out, and guess what I see when I go out? There ain't nobody wearing masks. No, there's nobody wearing masks. And then I'm talking to my nephew up in Florida, up in the Newport Richie area, and that's a big population up there. And he don't see really any of it. It's just normal. It's just normal as everyday stuff. Okay, nobody wearing masks. And then when you turn on your media, what do you see? Oh, they're showing these pictures of people in these outfits and wearing masks, and the people on the streets all wearing masks. And really? Okay. Huh. So, of course, I'd be curious, like for Hayden, you're up there in Texas. What is it like for you when you go out to the grocery store, the convenience stores out and about? Are you noticing people all around you wearing masks? Is the mask in your pharmacy and grocery stores sold out? I was just curious, is the disinfectants, disinfectant and hand cleaners, are they sold out too? I mean, after all, we're in the middle of a pandemic, right? I just thought I'd throw that out there. Okay, now I'll move on. I just wanted to throw one of them out there, see what other people think. But as far as there's your corona right there, man. See that? He's affected really good on that corona. And I agree with Hayden. He'll take a 6 pack of that. Yep. So, anyhow, anywho's, the dating scene, yeah. And here we go, the dating scene. I watched our favorite agent, our favorite shield that's been around forever. And these guys that point out symptoms, that's what I'm talking about. Like Paul Elam, an agent who points out symptoms. This is the issue. See, Steve Holka had made a statement, okay, that I've repeated many times because Steve was so accurate with it. Okay, we already know that women love women, men love women, women hate men, and men hate men. That's right. And so Paul Elam was talking about that very issue. Okay, the hatred on men, along with another female, along with another guy, but Paul Elam's an agent. And welcome, Hayden Rose. How are you? Okay, I'm not hearing you, Hayden. I'm hearing a little bit of noise in the background.
Hmm. Can you hear me now?
I hear you now. Now you're nice and clear.
There we go. For some reason, the audio wasn't working. I'm about to pull into my house, so
Oh,
maybe there's
okay.
some technical issues, but everything should be good
That
now.
could be. So, how is it out and about for you, Hayden, over there in Texas? Are you seeing a bunch of people running around with masks on their face?
Not one. As a matter of fact, I just got done spending some time with my mother. We went out shopping for some clothes, getting ready for my sister's wedding in a few weeks, and I saw a lot of people, but I saw no masks.
There you go. That's what I'm seeing too, and that's what my nephew up in Florida's seeing. That's what my ex over in Colorado's seeing. As you're over there in Texas and you're seeing the same thing. And but when you turn on
Not
your
one.
when you turn on your television set and they're showing you the coronavirus, what do you see?
That's all they show. They make it seem like everybody's got a mask on, but I don't see any of it.
Exactly. So let's see. I don't see any of it. You're over in Texas and you don't see any of it. And my nephew's up in Florida where I used to be, and he don't see any of it. And down there in Colorado, she don't see any of it. So
Right.
where is it at exactly? But yet, according to what she was telling me, they got like 14 cases in Colorado now, according to the media, of course.
Well, Bill, everybody's got their diverse opinions on this coronavirus issue, but I still stand with you. I think it's a crock of shit. I think it's just media propaganda, false fear mongering. So,
Well, I'm going to stick with what I'm saying there. I really do. I believe that's probably the case.
yes.
And when I look around me, I mean, it's just obliviously. They say, well, no, these reports are blah, blah, blah. You know how easy it is for them to go over and pay some people to put on some masks and put on this shit and film them in that one area and put that in public's face?
You're right. You're absolutely right. It's effortless.
Yes, you realize they could have went over and filmed this shit months and months and months ago in 2019. And they could have did this scene, that scene, and all these reports and had them all archived, just waiting for the election year to introduce it to us.
Yeah.
And
And
I
it,
wouldn't put it past them a bit neither.
it's like you've mentioned previous times. It's normally around election year time that they throw in these false flags or these big so-called news reports of you know problems going on, but yet when you actually use your own mind and view reality outside your windows and see what's going on for yourself in real life, you don't actually see anything that they're saying is going on. So it's kind
No,
of
you
a
don't. And my thing is like this: of well, the media is hyping this all up, and you got it supposed all over the world. And I know Nick lives over in Germany, and he's telling me that they his freaking, that they've got it over there and there are people wearing masks and what he's seen in his area. Okay, but then he's not out too often. So I know a person, his doctor, he goes and sees, okay, a therapist that he's seeing, they want to do their therapy over Skype now.
oh, okay.
Okay, and that's over in Germany. So see, I'm not going to say it's not happening yet, but I'm going to say I don't think it's what you're being reported.
Well, Bill, I will say this. Every now and then when I'm out and about, normally when I'm grocery shopping, I will see once in a blue moon an Asian lady wearing a mask on her face because I guess in Asian culture they like to maintain cleanliness. So a lot of Korean women or Asian women, when they're out and about, they're kind of germophobic, so they wear those masks from time to
Well,
time. But
this
that's
point,
that's
yes,
that's
this I agree with you with because I've seen this myself,
uh
but
huh.
it's a very, very, very low number. And if people are really, oh, this coronavirus is real, and oh, it's doing this and this and this. Oh no, we got this. Well, we got like Colorado example. We got 14 cases in Florida. Well, they got 3 or 4 cases according to my nephew, right? And people hear this, and the media's showing all these masks and everything. You know, why ain't all these sheep running out here buying these masks then?
Well, that's just it. And in the cases that I have seen these Asian ladies wearing those masks, it was years back before anybody even thought about coronavirus. So there's no correlation right there. There's no correlation to that.
Well, that and when you look into the coronavirus, you find out it's the corona itself is actually what hits animals, not humans, and it's not spreadable from an animal to a human. So that would mean it was engineered in a laboratory, right? But then when you got really digging, you find out that influenza A, which really exists, which is something we're vaccinated for, influenza A, the symptoms of influenza A are the same symptoms an animal has with corona.
Mm,
Huh, how coincidental that'd be, huh? So is it
yeah.
possibly that they dropped maybe influenza A on people? Okay. And that's what's going on, and it's really influenza A and not even a corona. Maybe it's the
Hey, could
corona
be.
we see in the picture on my live stream, and
Maybe
you
it
could go
is.
buy a 6 pack of that. Yeah.
I'll take a 6 pack of that.
And there you go. By golly,
Uh,
nursery sauce. See the victim? I mean, he's just down and out, ain't he?
yeah. He's hung over on that coronavirus,
Oh,
man.
yes, that coronavirus got him down, man. He's hung over on it.
Well, it was I was at the auto shop getting my oil changed a couple days ago, and I had a talk with the gentleman at the front desk, and he's awake to a lot of this stuff. We were talking about it because I guess a news report popped up. They had a TV in the lobby, and he looked at that news report and he said, "You know what, man? I think that's all fake." And I was kind of shocked because you normally don't run into people that are awake like that in public, willing to actually say that in a room full of people.
Right.
And I
I,
looked at
I
him, I said,
would.
"Yeah, absolutely. I believe you."
I mean, you're right. You don't. I always have those. See, that's just me though. I don't care when I'm not at home. I could be standing in Walmart, packed Walmart. I could be standing in a pharmacy, which I've already done. I could be standing in anywhere when if I get into a conversation with somebody about this stuff, I'll do it, and I don't care. I don't care
Yeah.
what people around me. I really don't.
One thing that I've noticed, and this is just, I guess, my personal experience, is that a lot of people are smarter than we give them credit for. There's a lot of people who secretly, I think, have the same beliefs that we do. They think that a lot of this, the government's lying to us and there's just corruption, through the roof, but they're not willing to have the courage to talk about it in public. But if they hear somebody else mention it first, that'll give them the
The
courage,
boost, the
yeah,
courage, the
the
boost.
boost that they need to speak out too. So it may just take that one person to sort of help them open their mouth about the issues they're seeing.
Well, I think it should be talked a lot more. I really do. I get the other day I did a fear porn video or live stream. Okay. It was just me, but I did that as a rant because then I gave Monty Graff up on YouTube the award. He's got the trophy, and then he got a ribbon after it.
Mm,
I actually had to give him another award, and I already gave him a trophy, so I just gave him a ribbon to go with the trophy. Okay. Because that man has put out the most fear porn that I've seen in a long, long time. Okay.
wow.
If I was to go with the list, just the list I watched this man come up with in 1 week's time, and let me blow you guys' minds off the charts here. Okay. Monday is National Panic Day, and that's an unrecognized holiday, and if you Google it, it shows up. Okay. So the 9th of March is National Panic Day. So on National Panic Day report, he says that through all of his stuff that he's showing you, okay, I mean, believe me, he shows you different things from symptoms or The Simpsons to articles that was posted to shows, movies to music, okay, and so he's got us having a what is that, a tsunami, or I can't even pronounce it right. The big wave that's land, a tsunami, or what do you call
Oh,
it?
tsunami.
Tsunami. Yeah, that's the word. Okay, that one always tongue twists me. But anyhow, he's got us having one of them hitting us for National Panic Day. Just
Mm,
happens to be right in the Maryland area. Who would be there? Oh, wouldn't that be Washington D.C., the capital? Yep. Okay. Then he comes up and adds a day later a dam to it, a dam that'll be breaking in Texas. Okay, so down there where you're at, there's going to be a dam breaking. Okay,
Oh
and
boy.
then he's got his just for 2020, he's got these two events. He's got the coronavirus killing lots of people in the state of Washington, and is targeting the elderly people, and it's got the X and Y chromosome, so it's been engineered to attack men. How convenient. Right here in the manosphere. Well, who else attacks men? Oh shit, everybody. Okay,
Everybody.
so here we
Yeah.
are. So how convenient it's been engineered to target men, okay? And then he's got us having this is a funny one, okay, but it's actually pretty serious at the same time. But see, he talked about a point of light. And I want to bring this up because I think this needs to be said. He talked about a point of light, and he talked about gamma ray, and he talked about digital, okay? And he's also talked of, oh yeah, let me finish. I ain't even got to that part yet, Dan. Okay, let me finish, okay? So he talked about the point of light. And I went and looked at the point of light video that he suggested by Randy Travis. This was
Mm,
aired at a concert that was aired, I guess, on TV. They got video of it anyhow. And it was Randy Travis. It was 1991. Randy Travis comes out singing a song called The Point of Light. And some of the words he brought up was, and there's going to be a dark time, and then they're going to want to take everything that's good and right away from you. Well, that fits NWO all the way, right? Okay, this is some of the
yeah.
words at the beginning of the song. And then they pan out into the audience, and who do you see? Oh, George Herbert Walker Bush, Barbara Bush, and Secret Service agents surrounding them, sitting in the
Um,
office, in the audience, right? Then they go back up, and you got Randy on there still singing it. And then they pan out in the audience again. And what do you see? You see an audience with shit, a ton of service people in the military in complete uniform, swaying back and forth with their hands in their air to Randy Travis singing this. So
wow.
then Monty Graff also talked about that, or George Herbert Walker Bush actually talked about the point of light. Well, he sure did. I looked that up. You know what the point of light was?
What is it?
It's a program that George Herbert Walker Bush started. Did you ever hear of the people who go around and build houses for the broke people, the poor people?
Mm.
What is that, Habitat for Humanity, or how do you name it?
Yeah, that's right. Habitat for Humanity.
Okay. Well, George Herbert Walker Bush is the one that started that, and that's what the point of light is.
Um,
And they showed different things that they've done for this program's done for the better people. Though I did have a cross moment where I thought about the Freemasons. The lower echelon do good for the public, and the higher up ones are evil as shit. Okay, working with the elite. Okay, well, Mentz is the same way. So, yeah, I guess if George Herbert Walker Bush started this, there might be good at the bottom and evil at the top. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. What do you think?
um, I agree. Personally, I don't have much knowledge on the Freemasons. I just know that it's been labeled a secret society. The
Right.
mainstream news, the mainstream news in my, from what I've seen, they've always labeled uh, the Freemasons whenever they cover them, and they rarely cover them on the news, but when they do, they cover them as sort of a glorified Boy Scouts group, but they'll never tell you the deeper details about what goes
Yes.
on in the, the 33-degree Masons and higher. I'm
No,
not even at the lower level Masons. I'm not sure that they're even let in on a
I
lot of
don't
the
think the
deeper
lower
details.
level knows anything about the upper level, if you ask me.
No,
Okay.
probably not.
And then, of course, Monty Graff went and talked about what this light's supposed to be about with the gamma ray. And he talked about after we have this this, this freaking big old wave and this dam break, I guess, and after Washington has lots of people dying, okay, that the president's going to make an announcement to address the people over a state of emergency address. And this is when he says, don't watch it. Shut off your computers, shut off your digital TV, shut off your smartphones, because the blue light that's coming through your device It's going to be like the song "The Sound of Silence."
Ooh,
You're not going to hear it, see it, taste it, feel it, smell it, and you're going to get blinded. And millions of people in America will have their smartphones glued to their face, or their face glued to their digital TV, or their laptop, or their tablet, and everybody that's watching the address will become blind.
wow,
Okay, and then he goes into Planet X is back, folks. We're going to have a meteor shower up to 100 meteors an hour. Okay?
wow.
So I'm like, hey, he's got so much fear porn for 1 year. How he even brought about the. See, the reason they're doing it is because this is like a ceremony. They're bringing in the New World Order and
Hmm.
removing the Old World Order.
Right.
And that 2020 was the scheduled time for this to take place. So I say, well, I guess on Monday, if we see a dam break or a big wave hit somewhere in major mayhem, then we might get a little bit serious about really listening a little bit and looking. But until I see this stuff happening, I'm going to say it's election year, folks. We already got the incel rebellion and all that work that went into writing that big PDF file for out of the state of Texas, okay, and all that stuff that went on. So, and now we have, the coronavirus, and we have, well, all these other events, right?
Yeah. I was thinking the other day about the there was a private video that anybody can find on YouTube. I'm sure a lot of people have seen it. Bill, I'm sure you've seen it as well. Is
Right.
the day that the planes supposedly hit the World Trade Centers. There might not have been planes at all. It might have just been bombs. But anyways, the day 9/11 took place, and they had video inside the classroom of where George Bush was at the time of the bombs. And the moment that the bombs went off, and whenever the attack hits, you see the president's executive walk into the room as the teachers speaking words to the kids, and he kind of leans over and whispers into the president's ear, and immediately when you see that footage, red flags start popping in your head immediately, because in a real situation where you're the president and you're just been informed that some of the most monumental buildings in your country have been attacked by so-called terrorists, your face would immediately turn red. You'd be sprinting out of that room immediately. But what does he do? He just sits there. He's nice and calm. He kind of tilts his head to the side, just trying to make sure that everything's, all according to the script, all according to the plan. And what's even funnier is if you actually pay attention to the words that the teachers getting the students to repeat on the chalkboard, they're words like bomb, steel, every key word that is lined up for the 9/11 attack. They were repeating those words, and it's like, this shit is so scripted. This shit is
Oh yeah.
bullshit.
Well, I don't like that. I don't like to. I don't want to send people down the rabbit hole, but at the same time, I just want people to be aware. If you had people panicking, I mean, come on, let's get real here. The media is showing you all these people in masks and white suits and all this shit, okay? They're reporting all these numbers of people dying, right? And you see
Right.
this on TV, you see it around YouTube and on the internet, right? Okay, so you see all this, but then when you walk outside in public in your area, what are you seeing? Because let's seriously think about it. If people knew this disease could get you once, get you twice, and kill you, wouldn't people be panicking and wanting to take protection? Are they just that stupid and oblivious to what's going on around them?
Yeah.
Okay? And and reality says if something was really threatening people's lives like this and it was that big of a deal, why would we not see people walking around masked everywhere we go?
That's the logical conclusion you could come to if
I mean,
this
the
was a
media
really big
shows
deal.
you people wear masks everywhere on the footage, right? Right?
Well, you break it down and you have to rationalize that if you see a camera panning to an audience full of people out in public, and say 20 to 30% of them are wearing those masks, you would think that if you yourself went out in public to go grocery shopping, to go to the mall, to do anything, you would see at least 20 to 30% of people wearing those masks, because that's how the media is portraying it in that scene. But I go out and I see 0% masks on anybody.
Oh
Nobody.
yeah, exactly. And this is what I've been observing where I'm at, and so I went on a little questionnaire. Okay, and talking with my ex up in Colorado. That's where she's at right now. So I'm talking with her up there. She's in a big area. Okay,
Mm,
and no, she's not seen any of it. Called my nephew up in Florida where I used to live. Nope, he's not seeing any of it. Okay, I'm out here where I'm at, and I ain't seen any of it. And then I asked Hayden here what he's seeing. He's not seeing any of it. Huh?
none.
Those things sound a little suspicious to you? What about you people? I mean, like, well, how about the dashboard light? I see he's in here. So my question to him is, are you seeing people wearing masks everywhere you go when you're outside? Is there an unnormal amount of people wearing masks even? But the best part of all about the coronavirus is, it was engineered into the XY chromosome and it's targeting the male population.
Mm,
I mean, it's to target men. And now let's think about that. The incel rebellion. Ah, well, that'd be the manosphere, men.
yeah.
Huh. 30 plus years of male shaming, feminism. Oh, total man hating. We go to our agent, Paul Elam, has this broadcast he put up yesterday, and I watched it for the hell of it, okay? And this girl and Paul Elam and the other guy there, they're talking about male hating. Now, they didn't say it like Steve Hocus says it, women love women, men love women, women
Right.
hate men, and men hate men.
Right.
No, but they did say it, okay? But it's just not in that order. And they pointed out the symptoms, and they were talking about the symptoms. And then they were talking about this Facebook account that's been here forever, where a woman made a post saying that she practices hating on men every day. She loves it. Okay? She really hates men and she practices it every day. Okay? And so he's talking about this and they're talking about this just like it's normal behavior. Okay? But then they talked about women. Okay? And then they went, women not saying anything, but standing up for men. They're being male bashed. So they said some good stuff, right? But then they turned around and talked about and the comments and what they're seeing from other men that also agree with women on hating men under that post. There's a whole
Mm.
bunch of simps over there agreeing
Yeah,
how
white
much they
knights.
hate, yeah, men hating on other men. Well, there we
Yeah.
go. Isn't that what we said all along? Well, yeah, there you go. Steve Hoka's words one more time, backed up even by the agent Boyle, huh?
Well, we know why men do that, right, Bill? These men, their psychological tactic is that they're going to agree with the women in hopes that the women will favor them for agreeing with them on the male bashing men so that they could potentially get laid or have a better chance at a relationship with them when in fact it's not going to do jack shit.
Right. Well, you're correct about that because it's not going to do nothing for them. I mean, I don't know. Maybe the coronavirus might be the answer, huh?
Yes,
For all
the
these men hating on other men, maybe that's the answer, huh? It's
well,
been
that's what I would.
engineered to attack men, right?
That's right.
I just find
Uh,
it convenient how 30 years of male shaming all over your media, music full of male shaming, okay? Cartoons with male shaming. I mean, everywhere you look, the feminist movement, comic books, everywhere you look, it's male shaming. And here we are, just the coronavirus hates men too.
One thing that I've noticed as well too, Bill, is that if you actually listen to the music on the radio these days, whether it's country, rock, rap, the overwhelming majority of it when it comes to like romance songs or breakups, it's always, have you ever noticed how it's always about the man doing the woman wrong?
Right.
You never hear songs made from male artists talking about how the woman did him wrong. It's always the man's in the wrong. The man did this to me. The man cheated to me. He wants to get back with me. He did the wrong thing. You never hear the male artists making songs about how the woman did him wrong.
Oh
She cheated
no,
on him.
you're correct. Countries, I hear this shit all the time in all forms of music when they're singing about this stuff. The love story, it's always the man.
Yep,
It's
it's always the
never a
man's
woman.
fault.
Everything's a man's fault, regardless of what a woman would never do wrong, guys. We know that women are absolutely perfect and flawless, right?
Mm,
They're
mm.
just little snowflakes, right? Or angels, right?
Right.
Yeah, okay, now I'm through with the sarcasm. Not, okay?
Yeah.
But I find it just curious this way because it's like the coronavirus. If I'm just gonna stick with it, I feel it's all a fraud. Okay, I
Yeah.
really
It's a
do.
crock of that's a crock of shit.
And I don't want to scare, and I don't want people to think that I'm saying it couldn't be real. 'Cause it's good, but let's say it is real. Well, then it's engineered in a laboratory, right? Because unless you're a horse, a cow, a dog, or a cat, or a sheep, or a goat, that's right. Unless you're an animal in the animal kingdom. See, many in the animal kingdom because we're not animals. Okay? The coronavirus has been a vaccination shot for the animals for ever and ever now. Just talk to any
Right.
vet and they'll tell you that. And that the people cannot get it from an affected animal. It does not cross over to a human. Okay, you have that. And then you have influenza A matching the coronavirus that does hit humans. So then you begin to wonder, I wonder if they got influenza A out here and they're giving a lie to the people and telling them it's something else. And if you just say, why would they do that? I'll give you a suggestion why. Because we were given our vaccination shots to protect us as children, was we not? And
Right.
wasn't influenza A one of them shots?
It's very true.
So if influenza A was one of our vaccination shots, and you told people it was influenza A, they're going to say, wait a minute. Then why are you giving us these shots saying it's protecting us from it?
Right.
So
Doesn't
they
make any
just,
sense.
right. So what do? They give you a new name. Now that thought went through my head too, because I don't put nothing past these sick idiots. Okay, I really don't. And I
No.
noticed that this Danny guy says that the coronavirus is engineered to hit only Asian people, only Asian men. Okay? Well, but you know how many stories there are? I didn't hear that. You know what I hear? It was targeting the elderly men. It never said a race.
Right.
See, so I'm sure we could probably find stories saying it's targeting this and that and the other and that and that. I'm sure that wouldn't be hard to find.
Yeah. That's very true. Hey, Bill, I got to go and take care of something real quick. Do you think I could give you a call back in about or 10, 15 minutes or so and join the show? I
Yeah,
gotta go
just
take care
just
of something real quick.
just type me in the chat, okay?
Yeah, I'll send you a
Yeah,
text. It'll be about 15ish, 20 minutes or so.
no problem.
All right. Cool.
Okay, I'll talk to you in a bit.
All right, cool.
Yep. And so anyhow, I'm not trying to scare anybody. I'm just trying to get people to use their head a little bit. Okay. I'm not going to say it's not real, but I'm also not going to say it's real. Okay. Because it is a virus that humans can't get unless it's engineered in a laboratory. And if it was engineered in a laboratory, then I'm going to say this to the sheeple only. This is a direct message to the sheeple who believe everything's a conspiracy theory, okay, and believe everything they're hand fed. This is who this message is for, okay? The yous that are like that, okay? Then I want to ask you how come worldwide every justice system has failed its people and nobody is looking for the people who engineered it in the laboratory and who is behind having it engineered to lock them up, okay? Because if we was living in a world where justice system was actually chasing down bad people like this, they would be like the world's most wanted right now, would they not? For putting a pandemic on the people? But we don't hear anything about nobody looking for the perps. No. We hear them all talking, I mean, openly telling you. I mean, right off the bat, you can go look it up. They know that humans can't get the coronavirus. The only way you could have it is if it was engineered in a laboratory. So everybody knows this, including our governments and our justice system and all of them good people. White the district attorneys, white anybody in law enforcement and any justice system around the world is complaining about corona. Why are they not looking for the perp? Huh. Yep, I guess we don't do that anymore, right? I guess what? You got open reign to do whatever you want. You could just make a nasty old disease and drop it on the public, and it could go worldwide and kill lots of people, and nobody cares. And just nobody cares. Yeah, go ahead, make another one, guys. I mean, I'm sorry, but I have trouble with that area. And I'm not going to sit. But I did give Monty Graff the award for 2020 because I think he earned it. Okay? Now, the stuff he actually says actually happens, then I think we're going to be in a lot of deep trouble, guys. But don't panic over it actually happening until we see it actually happening, okay? He's either the world's best psychic and reader of what's going on and telling you the truth, or he's the world's best fear porn monger. One or the other, he's going to get the award one way or the other. It's just what is the trophy going to say? Thanks for reporting the truth and letting the people know about what was going to happen, or is it going to thanks for all the scare porn? Because every election so far we've had Planet X, that was the one that's lasted all the way through. Oh, that's his other one, as above as it is below. They're after your children, guys. They're going to be taken to places like Denver International Airport into the tunnels. Okay, they're after our children. Okay, because they're going to have to be down underground for probably about 90 years. Yep, that's a long time, man. They're going to be underground for 90 years. Wow. I guess they must have hospitals and everything down there, huh? Because in reality, if that's the case, okay, I think he's back. I hope it's not too soon. I seen a text come in. I thought that was a quick 15 minutes.
All right. Sorry about that, Bill. Can you hear me?
Oh, I hear you just fine.
Awesome. Yeah, I had to take a pretty quick call. Somebody was calling me about something important, so just had to take care of that
Oh,
for a minute.
that's fine. That's fine. You got your personal life outside of YouTube, right, Hayden?
That's right. I'm not all YouTube.
That's exactly right. I have my personal life outside of YouTube, like I know everybody else.
Hey,
Everybody else in here does.
if I could make a full time income here on YouTube, I'd quit my job tomorrow. But it's a process.
I see Dave's in the chat. If he wants to jump in here, I won't stop him. Anyhow, I did notice that, and I noticed that Jeff Ashton still hasn't got a Zoom account and sent me a friend's request.
I thought Jeff Ashton had a Zoom account. Maybe that was.
I don't know. I know Jeff Ashton. No, I don't know that he does, but
Hmm.
you know, he called in before on the call-in number, and so I also noticed Drunk Hoka's in here. That's another good man right there. Great speakers.
Love Drunk Hulk. Hope he's
Oh
doing good
yes,
tonight.
he's a good man.
Yeah.
So
Well, I know
yeah,
Dave's.
so I just wanted to throw in that people's face because Paul Elam came up here and just accidentally talked about what Steve Hoka has said all along. Okay? It's just, he's doing it in his way because, you got to call your congressmen and your senators and whine about it, right? because they're going to change it, right? Not. Yeah, they ain't
That's not going to
changing
happen.
nothing. Nope.
They're not changing anything. Every 4 years, it's just different puppets on the puppet strings behind the people who are really responsible for the corruption in this country
Yeah, and around the world. That's what's really
and
going on.
all over the world too. That's right.
And see, these are the very people that created the problem that we have in the manosphere. They're the ones that set people's mindsets through years and years of social engineering. Okay, and you notice Paul Elam or Karen Stroud, Girls' Rights What? When's the last time you heard them talk about social engineering?
Hmm.
I'll bet you never heard them talk about that, did you? I haven't in all the years I've been here. All
Nope.
I hear is them pointing out symptoms and telling you,
Symptoms.
yeah, symptoms and telling you you can call your congressmen and your senators and we got to start complaining to them. Like as if they accidentally did this stuff, huh?
Accidentally, they point out the symptoms just like the medical industry, but they won't take you to the root of it. They won't tell you flat to your face what the truth is. Well, sometimes they actually do, which is actually crazy, but people don't catch on it.
No, well, they actually do tell you the truth in a lot of incidences, but people don't pick up on the truth, okay?
Right. Right.
And the scary thing about it is, the coronavirus could actually be a man made thing that's real, really real, okay?
Yeah.
But we can't confirm it one way or the other. I just can only tell you from my observation when I look at things and I question people. That's the reason I ask people. I'd even ask Dave the same question. So, up there in your area, Dave, or in Boston, I don't know when's the last time you were down in a big area or went out and about, Dave, but in your area, Dave, do you see people wearing masks everywhere you go? People worried about the coronavirus? I mean, I think that's a legit question that we should ask people. Okay, because there you go. See, Dave's not seeing it neither. That
No.
matches what I'm not seeing. It matches what Hayden's not seeing. It matches what my ex isn't seeing. And it matches what my nephew's not seeing. And now we have another person in another state that they're seeing the same thing we're seeing.
Yeah. Absolutely. You have to look at the evidence that comes straight from your own personal experience and not uh, from some crock of shit coming from the television screen
Yeah.
and a news report.
So, I just want to point that out because, see, it's adding up. And if people be honest with themselves, they know if they're seeing this in the streets. You know, I asked this to help by the dashboard, but he never answered it. If he did, I didn't see it, okay? Toilet paper's running out in his state. Okay. Uh,
Holy shit.
yeah, there you go. Toilet paper's running out. Yep, there you go.
Well, you know what the funny thing is, Bill, is people are going out there, they're buying up all the water, all the packs of water, the fluoride water, the fluoridated water. So it's like they're they're buying up all the water, which is poisoned with all types of chemicals and fluorides.
Well,
And
unfortunately, I'm not going to give him too much shit about buying up a bunch of big bottles or getting a big drum, 50-gallon drum like I've seen him talking about, filling with water and
yeah,
stocking up on food. Okay? I mean, I guess there's nothing wrong with doing that if something bad happens. Maybe you'll have it, maybe you won't. I mean, I don't know how that fares in a meteor shower, but
I don't think it would fare too well.
you know, I just using a little bit of logic, money logic there, okay?
Well, I mean, in the case of a meteor shower, just using a little bit of rationale, you'd have to be, in order to live healthily and sustain yourself in a god awful situation like that, you'd have to be loaded, and I mean loaded with supplies, loaded with food, loaded with
Well,
water.
you better have an
And
underground shelter, as Monty
yes,
said.
you need
Okay.
a state of the art underground shelter, and you need um, lots of support in order to endure a situation like that.
Well, Monty's got it all figured out by time it's said and done, and by time it's all said and done, the earth won't be the way it, and the only people who'll really be safe are the people down below. And that's why they're coming after your children this year. And that Trump will be the official last president of the United States. That's right.
Yeah, you. I mean, there's a lot of. I've heard a lot of different um, theories and opinions that people have regarding um, the the idea that Trump is the last president because it follows along with the idea in the book of Revelation in the Bible talking about the trumps, the six or the seven trumps of Revelation, talking about all the diseases and the plagues and the things that are going to happen in the last days. And I'm on the fence about all that. I have my own theory, but that's why I really typically don't dive into the religious
I
part of
don't
it. But
dive into it myself, even the
no,
religious stuff I don't, because I have my own theory, just like Hayden does. I don't take anybody's belief away from them. Believe as you want. Okay, but don't tell me what to believe.
right,
Okay, because I'm not going to tell you what to believe if you don't tell me. If you tell me I'm nuts because of my belief, I'm going to tell you you're nuts because of yours. And where did we get? We got absolutely nowhere.
right. Well, people always, I guess I could cover that momentarily. I talk with a lot of Christians. I come from a Christian family, and they, specifically people in my own family, they always talk about, oh, we're in the end times, we're in the last days. And, but don't worry, you know, anytime Jesus Christ is going to return. And I'm sitting here thinking to myself, well, if we're going to go by what the Bible says, Christ said three times in the book of Revelation, I come quickly to the people that he spoke that message to. And it's been over 2,000 years since he preached that message, and he
That's
still hasn't
quickly.
come back.
That's
That's quickly,
quickly.
all right.
That's quickly.
Well,
Yep.
that's very right.
Okay.
Wow.
Well, I have a lot of stuff myself that I look at as big red flags, and if you pay attention to it, I think there's a lot of complete BS wrote in there. I'm not going to say
Mhm.
we don't have a creator that may have told some man the words, but I'll
Right.
guarantee, man, if we would kill our own creator's child, if we were created by this person, God, and he created his own son too, and we would kill our own creator's son, then don't tell me we wouldn't change his words.
Absolutely. You know,
Don't even go there with me because I don't want to hear anything that's coming out of your mouth.
right. I mean, that's why you have over 30,000 Christian denominations, and within each individual denomination, nobody can agree on anything because the Bible has been translated from so many different languages and there's so many different versions. Nobody has the original Greek and Hebrew manuscript in front of their face to read to find out what they actually said back then. So it's impossible to find the truth about the Bible, even if you believe that there is a creator and an intelligent design in our existence, which I do believe there is. But to use the Bible as a standard for truth and what we should be looking at to try to figure out what's going to happen in the future as far as corruption and where society's headed, it's, in my opinion, it's completely untrustworthy.
Yeah, well, I could tell you what's going to happen in our near future. Okay, more male shaming, more
Hmm.
male shaming, more hating on each other, more playing the game and getting our rocks off on hurting one another. Yep, that's what I see in our near future. The failure to grow up. I mean, let's look at the manosphere. That's a good example. Okay, you got all these people up here, and we got all these men from around the world, but the same problems. Okay, with the exact same problems in the manosphere, and we're all talking about our problems, and we have all these categories. We have the pickup artist industry who wants to sell you the snake oil. Okay, then we have the feminist women who hate men. We have the men hating men. We have the media hating men. We have the music hating men. We have everything hating men, okay? And then we got our categories. We have men going their own way, which of course TFL was here before them, okay?
Absolutely.
When I came online, we had MRA, Paul Elam. men's right activists, and we had P. Wade, pickup artist, okay, who attacked me, glorifiedly attacked me for a couple of years straight after I gave TFL to them, okay? They didn't like that. I was taking their customers away from them, okay? Okay. So they didn't like me for that. I was a customer stealer, okay? And I wasn't charging them money. Of course they was.
Right.
That's why they didn't like me. They lost their tool, okay? And I just look at all these categories, and then I see the failure of us able to even get along. We got to be constantly attacking one another and throwing each other under the bus, don't we?
It just all seems like a uh, a barbaric war in a sport to see which group of men can get the women. In my opinion, gosh, men, groups of men that are supposed to be lifting each other up, supporting each other, are tearing each other down because they think, hey, if I win, if I can tear this group of men down, maybe the women will give me a chance.
That's it. So what do? The women are more united than the men are.
Yes.
They actually put the men to shame because the men are so worried about putting their dick in a hole, and they're all busy attacking each other for the privilege of getting hit over the head with a hammer by the way she treats you.
Mm,
And most guys don't even know that this is what it's like. They get into that relationship they had their lifetime dream of getting into, and because they don't got time anymore to take the time to know each other, because that's out of the question. That only happened back years ago. That's not done in today's society. You don't have to know each other in today's society. All you got to do is be in lust with each other. Then we wonder why there's so much domestic violence and so many divorces and so many children without a dad. And we might wonder how that happened, huh?
mm. Yes. And Bill, I blame a lot of that. Um, Speaking to the point of people not taking the time to know one another and not going through the process of what it actually takes to build a solid relationship that lasts through the times. I blame a lot of that on pornography. I really do. Because when a man watches pornography, he's constantly subjecting himself to the biological desire that burns inside of him. And he's viewing all of these men having sex with all of these women, losing it within his mind that they're paid a lot of money to have sex with each other. And he thinks to himself, why can't I get that? Why aren't I having that right now? I should have that right now.
Well, Hayden, I've said this for a long time. See, back when I was a child growing up and I hit puberty, if I walked into a bookstore that had Playboy, Cherry, Hustler, Penthouse,
Hmm.
they had the covers of the magazines covered with a mini sized paper bag, like the old grocery store paper bags, brown ones. So you couldn't
Right.
even see it, okay? And to look at it, the guy was right there. You had to be of age, or you could not pull it out, look at it, and put it back in its cover, okay?
Hmm.
And there was only one Triple X theater in town, and that was for adults only. And there was no porn all over nothing.
Right.
Occasionally, you had some nudity in some movies, but that was late night, but it wasn't very often. And even as I got to be a young adult, you had adult bookstores, as we've always had, okay? And it was still hidden. But the more the years progressed, the more nudity became on TV,
Hmm.
okay? And then when the internet come on and the internet started getting popular, we had porn sites, but they were all pay sites. And
Right.
you couldn't see much, a couple pics here or there, and that was about it. You had to freaking actually put some money out to see the porn. Now you can see all the porn you want for free.
Yeah.
And
Very true.
that's not a red flag to you. It
No.
does exactly what Hayden says and what I've said the same thing Hayden is for years. Okay? It's diluting your mind and it's absolutely destroying you. You're destroying your own chances and so are the women. You place the women on a pedestal, you cover up for all of her damn wrongs, you attack guys who calls a woman out for being for doing wrong on others, okay? You constantly baby and pamper and spoil and from the time they're a child and bring them up this way. Then you bitch about their behavior when you created the very behavior they're having through doing that, okay? And then you got the media at the same time and the music. How did you expect women to act?
Yep. And another point I wanted to touch on, consider the pornography thing, is that back when I used to be hooked on porn, thank God I'm not anymore. But anyways, a lot of these porno films, the women that are sleeping with the men are old, dried up, very unattractive men. And I have posited the theory that this is a psychological tactic that the porn industry is using to make young men who view these things blame themselves more and make men more suicidal, thinking that they're not good enough to have a natural sexual companious relationship with a woman. Because when I look at it, as I break this down, if you're a guy and you're watching pornography and you're watching a hardcore porno of an old man in his 60s or 70s having sex with a young, very attractive 20-year-old something woman, and she seems to be enjoying it the whole time, you're forgetting that this woman is being paid really good money to have sex with this old man. She could be completely repulsed by him, but she's doing it because it's her job and she's paid to do it. But in the man who's watching the porn's mind, he's assuming that this young woman actually wants to sleep with him. So he's saying to himself as he watches this, man, if that 60-year-old gentleman can have sex with that young hot woman, why can't I, as an attractive young man, be able to have sex with an attractive young woman? And that makes them start coming up with suicidal thoughts. I'm worthless. I'm not worthy of a relationship. I'm not worthy of sex. It's very subtle, but I believe it's a psychological tactic that the porn industry is using to cause suicidal thoughts to occur
Well,
in men. What do you think?
I actually agree with that because I think it does a lot more. It does everything you said plus. Because look at the fact that nobody wants to take the time to get to know each other, and it's all about really anymore usury.
Yeah.
Okay, people want to say, well, it's a trade off. She gives you sex and your kids in return for you doing this and this. It's a
Mm.
trade off, okay? That's nothing more than usury.
And
So when you start talking this way, what you're doing is you're going along with social engineering, which is for us to use one another. And you see this going on. I mean, let's look at our categories of words. The sexual market value. Okay. What else do we got? Oh, you're a loser. That's mostly to men. Okay.
you're
You broke up there. Try that again, Hayden.
incel. Can you hear me now?
Okay, talk a little bit. Just go ahead and see what you see. We'll see if it goes this time.
Okay, now can you hear me?
Yep, now you're good.
Okay, well, yeah, the other labels, like you mentioned, you got incel, you have normie, you have Chad, you have Tyrone, you have Stacy, you have Becky. People want to put you in this concrete category of who you are, um,
Yes.
without the realization that every single human being on this planet is unique. There is no concrete um, label that you can throw on anybody. You can't
Oh
say, "Oh,
yeah. Well,
you're
Hayden,
normal."
you don't want to date outside of your league, right? Outside of your league. There we go again. See, that's another one of them categories. Do you realize these categories are part of social engineering? It's
Yes.
part of the reason we don't get along. Oh, well, Hayden, you got to know if you're a five or a six because you can only date your own level and below.
Yeah, Bill. If you're a if you're a six guy, um, you could maybe go for a 4.5 girl if she's really desperate. But
Yeah,
if you go to the barber shop and get that nice high haircut, you push yourself up to maybe a 7. Maybe, just maybe, you could pull off that 5.5, Bill.
maybe, just maybe,
give
yeah.
give me a freaking break.
And you see the nonsense here? This is all social engineering, and people in the manosphere are rattling these words out left and right. Left and right. And all that does is keep us all fighting one another and divided. I mean, what right does anybody to have to put another human being in a category or to create a man made category and tell other people, okay? And let's look at what else. We're going to go by looks because everybody loves this one, right? And we
Hmm.
know that looks is used a lot more than people want to believe it is, but it's
Yep.
also completely corrupt because, first off, I swear I would like to take everybody in the manosphere on a tour of a nursing home and show them their future.
Yeah, I think Hell by the Dashboard said in one of his recent streams, a lot of the younger generations like us, the millennials and Gen Z, they'll maybe make it to 46, maybe 56, but that's about it. And he's right. I think he's right. I think that's probably going to be the peak average age that a lot of us younger folks are going to live to, unfortunately.
Well, with all the stress that's being piled on men, you know, it's
Yeah.
not it's nonstop. Okay, to be a man in today's world, you're really screwed.
Oh yes.
I mean, you gotta have tough skin and be able to blow everything off around you and think it's all normal, and be okay accepting it because how else are you going to be? The best I could tell people now is stop watching porn and learn how to make yourself happy with yourself.
Yes, absolutely agreed.
Okay? Because until you can do that, you're not going to get the stress off your shoulders.
The greatest deception about pornography. A lot of men view pornography as an outlet for their sexual frustrations. Bullshit. It only exacerbates it. It only makes it worse. It only makes you want to crave it more. And you're already in a situation where, as a TFLer, you're not getting sexual companionship with a woman that you're with. So you have to find ways in any way you can possible to reduce your sex drive. As hard as it sounds, you just have to find a way, because if you don't, you'll drive yourself nuts.
You'll drive yourself nuts. I mean, imagine how many guys are out here masturbating to one or two people once a day or twice a day.
Oh God, yeah. And I know how that is because I used to be that person. I used to be that guy back in grade school that would masturbate
I know
once a day, twice
exactly.
a
Yep,
day.
I know exactly what that's about. I think a lot of men have been there. Okay, and I think there's still a lot of men there. Okay, and
It it doesn't relieve your sexual frustration. All it does is it makes it worse, because you'll have a temporary relief that lasts for a very short period of time, and then the temptation will come right back. Whereas if you can stick it out and get your mind off that shit, you'll be able to slowly but surely start to deprogram your mental state from those desires and those unnatural um, urges.
well, it's just when you really get right down to the crux of it all, you're gonna really because it's like this. Even when I was talking with Harry, and he's talking about the younger generation, his age. Okay,
Hmm.
these guys are basing their manhood, their worthiness of being a man, on putting their dick in a home. It's not even about anything meaningful. Is as long as he got to drop his pants and shove his dick in, you know what? Okay, now somehow that validates his manhood.
And it's spot on with the social engineering. They've programmed us from a very young age to believe that this is what it means to be a man.
Yeah.
It's all about um, sex, that's it. And a lot of men are becoming suicidal because they're not able to get what they want, and they believe that because they're not getting what they want, that they have no value as a man. So what's the point of living if I have no value? Might as well kill myself.
Well,
That's the
I hear this all the time, and unfortunately there are, Warren called me up, what was it, the day before last? He tried to get hold of me today, but I wasn't home. Okay, my phone was at home, but I wasn't. Okay. Oh, wow, cool. Monty's up doing another masterpiece. Okay, the master plan. All countries falling down. London Bridge is falling down. Oh, I'm sorry. I couldn't help myself. I guess Montygraph's live now while I'm live, and he's got some more fear porn for us, guys.
yeah.
What are we going to do about it? There's just more fear porn. Yep. I just hope you don't fall into all this because even if it happens, I'll give you an example. If asteroids slam our planet, there ain't a damn thing we're going to do about it now, is there? I
Nope.
refuse to go through my days being panicked over what could happen. The one thing I do know that is happening is what happens every election year, except for this one seems to be taking the cake. They have started to sucker out really well, man. We're already in March. And I have more fear porn in the first 3 months of this friggin' year than I've ever had any of the other years.
Right. It's very interesting to see how this social engineering has progressed over the years. It grows year by year, and it actually gets to a point to where you almost want to sit down and look for the engineering. You want to look for where they're deliberately programming wrong thoughts and wrong ideas into people's minds, especially within commercials, because you will see it in almost every commercial. There's always some form of male shaming, there's always some form of sexual programming to let society know, let the women know, hey, men are the problem. Run away from men. Men ain't shit. Men are just walking dildos. That's another thing I heard. Men are just walking dildos, Bill.
Oh, yeah, I know. We're walking dildos, we're perverts, we're rapists, we're vile predators and killers, and we're everything evil. If you're born a man, I'm sorry. You're absolutely everything evil. There's no good that could ever be from you. Why? Because you were born with a penis. Yep, that would be the
Yes, all of you
excuse.
men, you're all terrible. You're all undesirable. You don't deserve anything. But hey, man, we still need you to maintain our roads. We still need you to show up to work. Build our, construct the buildings, maintain the skyscrapers,
That's right.
maintain the business facilities.
We
Make
need you
sure
to, yep,
we
we
need
need you to
y'all.
grow. Yeah, we need you. We need you to go under the Army and the Navy and the Marines and go kill a bunch of innocent
Yeah.
people and help steal resources for a bunch of psychopaths. That's right. We need you guys. We need to use you because it is about usury. Why do you think you get with a woman? Because it's about usury.
Yeah. Uh,
And then we wonder
it's
where we went.
unfortunate.
It is. It's sad. And people wonder why we went wrong, huh? It's so in people's face. Okay, what's really going on is so in people's face, you know? And we have all of this fear porn going on for 1 year. And I'm not going to say none of this stuff may not happen because it could happen, but I'm not going to worry about it.
Right. Me neither.
Why? What do I want to stress myself out over something that I couldn't stop from happening anyhow?
Absolutely.
I mean, it's ridiculous. And chances are you're going to go through this year just fine. Trump will probably be in office again for another 4 years. Okay. I've already lived through 3 times the world has ended since I've been online. No lie.
Yes.
I've seen 3 predictions since I've been online that the world was ending. And every time the world ended, I woke up the next day and it looked like the same world I was living in before.
That's right. Yeah,
And by
that's the same
golly,
with me.
each time, and each world had TFL. I wonder how that happened, huh?
Yeah, I think the next prediction is 2028. That's what a lot of the Christians are saying. They're saying, "Oh, Jesus is going to come back in 2028." How the hell do you know that? How do you know that? You don't.
Well, they're gonna put a hologram in the sky, and everybody's gonna go, "Oh!" and they're gonna fall on their knees. "Oh, there he is! It's finally happening."
Wow. Yeah, that's uh I have a interesting theory on the whole second coming of Christ and Book of Revelation thought, but I don't think I'm going to dive into that because I can't prove it to be true, but at the same time, it's so deep down the rabbit hole that I don't think most
Yeah.
people would be able to comprehend what I'm
Well,
talking about.
I know. Well, Monty Graff even talked about. He really talked NWO talk here. Okay, this one's a good one. We're overpopulated, guys. There's too many of us alive. We're using up all the resources. Yep. He forgot to talk about the fact that
Yeah,
they shut down hundreds of farms in America, paid farmers to not grow crops, and pay the other farmers along your major interstates to grow only exactly what they're told to grow and how much of it. Ah,
yeah,
so we're engineering a shortage, are we? Yeah.
it's sad, Bill, because gratefully for myself, there is a farm close to where I live where I can purchase fresh raw milk and butter and beef, and that's what it should be like. People should be able to get
Oh, don't
the
advertise
the
that.
healthiest food
Don't
possible.
advertise that too loud and clear
Uh,
because I've watched this happen already.
mm,
Okay, now you get the FDA attacking the farm. Tell them
well,
they're not allowed to sell that stuff to you, Hayden.
I'm definitely not going to disclose the official name of where I get my food from, but you're absolutely right, Bill. I mean, they're shutting down the farmers. They're taking away local farms, and with the farmers that do still have the ability to sell, um, but they're forced to use Monsanto um,
They are.
product
They
to
are.
grow
Mons-
their crops, and it's a genetically modified
it's
crop.
not.
It's not even a
It's
real
yeah.
food.
They have no choice. They're not allowed to grow their farm so much. They're filled out to. Now they're using Monsanto's seeds because they took the monopoly on the seed market. You can't buy no real seed for growing your food. You're buying
Right.
GMO seed. So you're eating poison on a regular basis. But nobody's complaining about that. We better worry about the coronavirus while we eat some arsenic.
Right.
We could have some arsenic and cyanide for dinner, Hayden.
I mean, slow death.
That'll be really good for our health, right? Yeah, uh-huh.
Yeah, it's a slow kill system. They have their fast kill systems, weapons, RPGs, machine guns, and then they have the slow kill systems, the junk food, the phones, the 5G, the television, and everything that slowly decays us over time.
They
It's
do.
sick. Sick.
It's actually pretty disgusting when you ask me. But what do we do? I mean, we're sitting here in a situation where there's nothing we can really do about what's going on, but I'm sure not going to worry about it. We've allowed a bunch of psychopaths to tell us what to do. There's billions of us, or trillions of us, or whatever, worldwide, okay? And we got probably a couple thousand people pulling all the strings,
Right.
okay? Across the world working together, maybe a family or a few people at the very top of these families. But it doesn't matter because we sat back as a people and we complain about what's going on, but none of us are willing to do anything about it. That's one of the other reasons I directed my message to the sheeple about our justice systems worldwide. Because obviously, if you got a pandemic going around that was man created, if your justice systems was doing their fucking job, They would be tracking down the people doing it, and it would be known that they're chasing these people, right? But no,
Right.
that's not happening now, is it? No, nobody talking about that. It's like always, we never talk about a solution. And I can give ideas for solutions, but what can you do when nobody else wants to work together to cure the problem they're bitching about? I guess it's because they love their misery too much. They're enjoying their misery, so they just want to stay in misery, right?
It's it's um it's like we've been psychologically programmed to be addicted to the very thing that's destroying us.
Yeah,
Um, and also on top to top that all off, we've been placed in this monetary system where we're forced to work these um, unrealistic hours in order just to pay the bills and keep a roof over our heads. So the most sorry, I'm slurring my words tonight for some reason, but the majority of people never have the time to actually sit down and think about what's happening to them and what's happening in society. And if they do, they're still they're always stuck in this cycle of being so busy and so caught up in their daily lives that they never take the time to think of potential solutions for how we could get ourselves up out of this problem that we've dug ourselves into.
well, there is something when the coronavirus first surfaced, the statement that I made to Harry, okay, behind scenes in a Zoom meeting, and that's I told him to watch the stock market, okay, because follow the money and you'll follow it back to the people who done it to you, okay. So I told him
Right.
to watch the stock market, and we've been watching the stock market becoming a yo-yo.
Hmm.
Whoa, everything fell. Whoops, it bounced right back up. It falls again and bounces back up. Okay? And people don't stop to use their heads. When we took the gold and silver away from the dollar, then it's not possible to hyperinflate the dollar. But yet they're still telling you we're hyperinflating the currency. How could you hyperinflate something that's being pulled out of thin air?
Mm. That's a great point, Bill.
It's not possible to hyperinflate the currency. It's not backed by nothing. It's pulled out of thin air. But they
Yeah.
want to keep telling you we're hyperinflating it. We print too much. Okay, when it's backed by nothing, it's a complete crock of shit right in everybody's face, and everybody's like oblivious to it.
Mm.
They fucking so far brain dead that they can't figure out that if it's backed by nothing, it cannot be inflated.
All right. And elaborating on the overpopulation hoax that you just talked about a few minutes ago,
Right.
the thing that a lot of people forget to understand is that most of the people who believe in the overpopulation idea, or the people who are pushing the overpopulation idea, live in big cities like I live in. So you're already living in an area, a geographical location where there's a lot of people living in a small vicinity. And this gives off the illusion that there's an overpopulation. But once you step outside of the big city and see just how much land there is that's completely unoccupied, you realize, yeah, overpopulation is a crock of shit.
It is. I've traveled across this country many times in my life, and I've literally drove thousands of miles. I'm not joking you. And I go down Interstate 80, I go down I-75, I go down all these interstates and highways, and I go for miles and miles and miles of open land and open land and more open land and more open land and more open land and more open land and nonstop open land that has nothing on it. Okay, but we're
Right.
overpopulated. Okay, they're running out the resources. You know, they're engineering the shortage deliberately so they can lie to you.
Hmm.
Because we've all been lied to so bad for so long. Okay, I mean,
It's
and nobody. I mean, the real reality is nobody does nothing about nothing.
Right.
We just somehow think if we talk about it, it'll magically go away. Or no, maybe if we stop talking about it, it'll magically go away. It
Hmm.
ain't going away if you stop talking about it or if you talk about it. It's only going to go away if you talk about solutions and stand together and all rise up, okay? Realizing these idiots get their power from us. Where do they get
Absolutely.
their military from? Us, the people. Where do they get their power from? Scaring the living shit out of all of us so that we follow our orders.
Absolutely. It's 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 discouraging. The only thing um, that we can really do is try to spread awareness to people to get to see what's really going on. And it's been I mean, you can attest to it, Bill, that you've been making videos for years. You have thousands of videos, and people are slowly waking up, but there's still so many people who just don't realize what's going on.
No, I mean, well, I've been up here since 2006, 2007, and around that area. And I've lost I'm on my fourth channel or something now. And I've literally lost hundreds of videos, literally, if not thousands, okay? I've lost one hell of a lot of my work, but I always keep coming back, okay? But, on all these years, you'd think you could have actually got something through people's heads that they would, especially in the manosphere where everybody's saying the same things, but yet nobody's doing nothing about it. Okay, and yet nobody, I mean, look at MRA, the biggest joke on the internet, okay? Okay, okay, where's these women? Oh, they're fighting for us. Oh, BS.
Yeah, that's a deception.
How the hell do you get that Karen writes Karen fucking Stroud, girls right once is fighting for you? What are you
Um,
out of your freaking mind?
wasn't she the woman who made the claim that some 98% of men would never reproduce? Isn't that the same
She,
woman who made that claim?
she's the one that made the statement that there's going to be a significant number of men that just are not fuckable. And
Well,
significant stands for a high number.
okay. Well, my whole deal with Karen Stroud is if you're going to make that statement, and that statement right there really pisses me off. You're going to say that there's such a large percentage of men that are unfuckable. Why can't we hold women to that same standard? Why can't we hold women who are unfuckable to that unfuckable standard and tell them that they're not worthy of sex? But oh, we can't do that because society always defends the women, no matter what.
Yep, no matter how wrong and how evil, you fucking laugh at your own suffering if you're a man.
If a man wants to, or excuse me, if a woman wants to be lazy, not produce anything, not be productive, not take care of herself, um, society just says, "Oh, but she's just living the way she wants to. She's living her best life. She's
Go, girl,
embracing
go,
her true
right?
self." Yeah, you go, girl. You go,
There
girl.
you go.
Embrace your inner beauty, girl. But if a guy wants to pursue that same sort of lifestyle, not really produce anything, just follow whatever, he's throwing in the
Oh, he's a
dumps.
loser.
He's a loser.
Yeah, he's worthless. He's a nobody.
You're a loser. You're a faggot. You're an incel. You should just kill yourself. You have no use to society. Why are you still alive? You're a waste of sperm. I've heard so many different insults.
The insults don't stop. If somebody can think of another way of insulting somebody else, it's the first thing they run to do.
Yep, absolutely.
And it's actually pretty damn sickening to think about how far people's brains have gone. That we're going to absolutely act this way and expect no repercussions.
You're
There's
right, Bill.
there's times I think about this. Monty Graff put out the most fear porn. But then maybe I should say maybe everything Monty said should happen, huh?
Hmm,
You go, oh, that would be evil. That's no more evil than you people are.
right.
I mean, you wasn't willing to stand up, fight back anyhow, because you had your yellow streak from the crack of your behind all the way up your back. Why do you think you keep your clothes on? You want anybody to see that big yellow streak of the tail between your legs?
Oh shit. Yeah.
You want to put on your phony hair and have it standing on like you're vicious or something, right?
It, I can't. I just can't believe how unbalanced the favoritism leans towards the women in today's society. If you're a woman, you literally have to go out of your way to not have a good social life, to not have a life with career opportunities and extravagance. I mean, it almost gets to the point where it's thrown at the women. All of these opportunities that they have in all areas of human endeavor, but adversely on the male side, you have to go through legendary efforts just to even get a sniff of opportunity to find uh, a healthy resemblance of a normal life in any area of life. And it's the dynamics have been thrown off so far that it almost seems as if it's beyond the point of any return.
You know, Hayden, I've said this for a while and I have to agree with you. I don't see no way of turning this around because all I see is cowards. Okay? And God, I don't like saying things that way, but in reality, that's what I see as cowards because nobody wants to put the effort into standing together for the same cause and then wonder why they can't change nothing, huh?
I think, um, you know, I could sit here and brainstorm with you or brainstorm with a few of the other gentlemen about uh, solutions that we could implement starting right now to make a change. But at the end of the day, people have to still go out and take action. And you have to have a large collective mass of people all taking the same action to generate that change in society. And if only a very small handful of people, such as yourself and I, and the other people that we have discussion with, are actually doing things to spread awareness and make a change, nothing's ever going to happen because I mean, out of the millions of people that exist just in this country alone, you, me, and the other guys that get on these TFL chats are point oh 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 1% to the 10th degree of the total population. So we're powerless
uh,
unless we're able
I
to.
would say we're point zero, all these zeros you said. I wouldn't even say 1%. I'd say an eighth of a
Yes,
percent.
I mean we're like a small pebble of sand on a seashore. You know.
Yeah, with waves coming at us from all directions. Good luck. Good luck on not being washed out to sea, huh?
Well, Bill. To I had something on my mind concerning TFL. Like I said earlier at the beginning of the show, I was spending some time out shopping and dining with my mother today, and um, I can't lie to you, Bill. It was really nice to go out and do that, spend time with her. But another part of it was really disturbing because when I was with her, um, I subconsciously just observe the people that I'm around, who's looking at me, who's just going about their business. And I get a lot of stares from a lot of people, and they're not friendly stares. And these are white people, these are Hispanics, these are blacks. And as I'm looking at some of these people staring at me and my mother, I have a hard time figuring out what's going through their head as they're giving me this vague look of uneasiness, disgust. And I'm questioning myself as I look at this and I say, do these people understand that this is my mother? Or do these people think that this is a woman who's 35 years older than me that I'm dating? Has TFL gotten so bad for so many men in society that I can't even go out in public and enjoy time with my own mother without there being a large percentage of people assuming that this is not even my mother. This might just be a woman that so graciously granted me a date and she happens to be 35 years older than me, because we have situations like that. And it's not to be personal or evil or belligerent towards the people who are sort of giving me that type of body language in public, but it kind of makes me sick, and it really it struck a bad tone inside of my heart, Bill. Can't even lie to you.
Well, I actually understand that because they look at you like a deer in headlights, okay? And
Hmm.
you really, to read what they're thinking sometimes can be really hard. But if it's a very bad look, like if their looks want to kill, then they're not thinking good of you to begin with. And they don't even know you, which
Nope.
even makes it even worse, okay? And this is what we do see going on. People freaking are judging people without even knowing people, and they're having these whatever's going on in their head. And a lot of it, I think, is delusion from the TV set. That they have
It
this
could be.
mirage playing in the back of their head of what the world's supposed to look like. And maybe Hayden, you didn't fit into that illusion in the back of their head, huh?
No, it's I've always felt as though it's been engineered into the minds of the youth that it's uncool to spend time with your parents in public past a certain age. Like if you're past the age of 18 and you're spending time with your father or your mother or your sister just having a good time, you're seen as a weirdo. You're seen as a creep. Oh, you don't have a girlfriend to hang out with? Why are you hanging out with your parents, bro? That's weird. That's creepy. Ew. Go do something else, bro. Go to a party. Go drink. Go smoke.
Well,
Go
you
get
know
fucked
what?
up.
I believe that because I've worked in nursing home before, and I can tell you what, there's an awful lot of elderly in there that actually have family members who never come to see them,
Mhm.
that never ever come to see them. And this happens all the time. And this is how much respect people have for their parents anymore. They don't have respect for them.
No.
Not whatsoever. Today's society is so corrupt. You actually have families getting in fight with each other and not talking to each other for a year, 2, 3 years. Sometimes never again.
Right.
Writing each other off, all because they failed to grow up. Somebody didn't think with their brain, or they didn't get one of their wants like a little child. So they're having a big old temper tantrum, and they'll never forgive you
Mhm.
because they didn't get one of their wants. It's
And
absolute insanity.
it's become you hear so many stories from so many different people about fights they get into with relatives or loved ones and how they go for months on end without talking to each other, and you just kind of subconsciously accept it as part of normal life. This is just what the family unit, this is what society has come to, so if it's normal for
Yeah.
them, hey, it must be normal for everybody
Hey,
else.
but you
Why
know
let's
what? But
go.
you know what? Let me just break it up, and I'll tell you there is still some good people in the world, and
Oh
you
yeah.
wouldn't think of it even with the jobs. Okay, you'd think that most companies are out for themselves, but I'll give you a hint here. Okay, my son turned 23 on the 5th. Okay, so he turns 23 on the 5th of this month, which he did, right?
Right.
Well, about 3 days before his birthday, he comes home and he tells me that they had given him a magazine or a catalog last week, and he got to pick out an item for his birthday, and then they ordered it for him, and then it was supposed to be coming in, right?
Right.
And then he informs me that the next day that it came in, and he's going to get it that night when he goes to work, and that he don't have to work Thursday because he has a paid day off because it's his birthday.
Hmm.
That to me was like outstanding. That company actually gave my son a gift out of a catalog they ordered for him and a day off with pay for his birthday.
How about that?
So we do still have some good people in the world, and that's just outstanding. I was so happy that this company actually cared about their employees enough to do something like this because that's
Yes.
just not something I hear of.
Um, that's very encouraging to hear, Bill. I'm glad that they were able to have the compassion to realize um, that you know his birthday and his time spent with loved ones was more important than just another day on the job. Producing for the machine. I don't know what kind of company it is, but
Well,
it's very
he's working in a manufacturer that makes plastic parts.
okay.
Okay, and so, but it was just a point that they've went out of their way to do this, and so it just shows that there are still some good people left in our world. There really is.
Absolutely.
Okay, and I feel it's just why I tell people really pay attention because so many people, their parents raise them, do the best they can. Their parents get old, unable to take care of themselves, and their children are nowhere around to be found. They wind
Right.
up in a nursing home, then the children don't even go see their parents. And that kind of stuff actually pisses me off. And I actually have a lot of respect for Steve Hoka for the fact that
Right.
Steve Hoka, you know, he's there for his parents. I
Right.
just wish there was more people that would be there for the parents because it's needed.
It is. I can't imagine what it would be like to, you know, uh, see children of my own, you know, spending years raising them, teaching them right from wrong, building memories with them, and then all of a sudden, one day when I grow old and I'm no longer to really function and take care of myself properly, they're just gone like the dust of the wind. I mean, that thought alone, just to think about it, breaks my heart. Just it's a chilling thought, and that's actually a reality for a lot of parents, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But yeah, being at the mall today, spending time with my mom, it was a good time. It was a very great experience, because I don't get to see them as often as I used to now that I'm living on my own. But, just sitting there watching people stare at me or give me those looks and giving my mom those looks, it's a very weird feeling. It's a very negative feeling, and I did not feel good about it whatsoever. So, you know, you never know what is going through people's heads. You never know what's really on people's minds when they're giving you those types of looks. Sometimes I don't really think I want to know because, I wouldn't want to be in a situation where I've already had a bad day and I'm, on edge ready to snap on somebody and find out that somebody's looking at me or looking at my mother in a very angry or disrespectful way. And, I end up getting into a troublesome situation. So, you know, but
Yeah,
it's
I know.
it's
I
it's
know exactly what you're saying. But I thought it was interesting with Paul Elam when the topic was what it was because of the fact that's exactly what Steve said all along. And it is that way in today's society. You witness it everywhere you go. You know, it's got to be, and how, I don't, what I can't really figure out why and how it got to the point where nobody even notices it, do they?
it's blended into the background, so to speak. It's blended into our way of thinking that nobody even takes the time to think that, hey, this is wrong. This is absurd. This is out of order. We need to take a step back and think about this. No, people just they go along with it.
Yeah. And, it actually drives me nuts. That's why I couldn't watch TV anymore without becoming fucking pissed off, okay?
Right.
And there's nothing really good on a television set anymore, anyhow, as far as I'm concerned. And I can't handle the male shaming anymore. I hear it and it just pisses me off. Okay, I pick up on all of it. It just pisses me off. Okay, and how it's gotten this bad and how nobody notices. How everybody wants to think it's just, oh, it's perfectly normal. It's always been this way.
Bullshit.
That's the correct answer. Bullshit. There's nothing normal about it. And our
It's,
behaviors in the manosphere represents the problems of society. We can't even get along to stand up to fight back against what's happening to all of us, huh?
if you can't take the time to get to know a woman, Bill, how in the world do you expect yourself to even have a family and have children? Because that's a bigger challenge than just being able to maintain a relationship with one person. If you can't do that, how do you expect yourself to maintain a relationship with a family of four or a family of five or six? You can't. You can't. You just simply can't do it.
No, there's just no way. I mean, that's why, anymore it's like there's no turning this around unless people really start getting serious about this. And if they just want to keep whining about it, they can't complain about the results. It's going to get to a point where you got so many men that ain't even got a woman in their life, and then they're going to start calling men who don't have a woman in their life are dangerous to society. That's what you're going to
Well,
hear next. That somehow you're dangerous to somebody else because you're single, Hayden.
well, in a sense, they're only telling you a half truth. Men who are single are dangerous to the economy because they don't have the incentive to keep on producing for for a society that doesn't give a rat's ass about them. And why should they? Why should they? So
Yep.
we're not a danger to society. I'm not going to go kill anybody. The vast majority of TFL men do not fantasize about acts of violence or murder or homicide or getting in a van and running over people on a public street. Um, 99.99999% of TFL men or incel men, whatever you want to call it, don't have those fantasies. We're not violent people. We do get upset about our situation, justifiably so. But most of these men living TFL are good-hearted men, hardworking. They take care of their business. They're good, well-to-do family people that have just been granted a shitty end of the stick.
That's it.
That's the best way I could describe it. They've been placed in a
Well, it
situation.
is. It's but you're placed in a situation where you've been given a name and you've been labeled by
Yes.
other human beings who actually think they have a right to label other humans. I mean, I'm like, why? Why do you think you have a right to label another human being? What, you think that somehow your shit don't stink? You're some special snowflake? Well, I got bad news for you. I can smell it from here.
Yeah. Bill, going on the social engineering that you have spoken about, I often think to myself, the if the elites, if the powers that be were able to come up with a new series of commercials, TV shows, and articles that promote the so-called unproductive loser men of society, and they were able to take your average 20 something that lives in his mom's basement with no job and just smokes weed and plays video games all day and is, short, ugly, got nothing going for him in his life, no redeemable features whatsoever. If the elites were able to take that type of a man and glorify him in the commercials and project him as a high status male and that he's the type of man women should be going for, and adversely they take an actual male who works very hard, is very skilled, and is basically the opposite of that bum who lives in his mom's basement, you would start to see society view these type of men as high status, even though they're not. Does that make any sense?
Yes.
Like people are appealed to what they're taught to be appealed to through the television. So if the elites decided to promote those type of men as desirable within commercials, you would start to see those type of men having success in the dating arena
Well,
because
yes, you're
they're
correct.
the ones being promoted as desirables.
Well, this is what I'd said. I said that if we could take everything and flip it, remove all the good-looking women and men from the television set and put average women, okay, chunky average women, okay, average men, not so good-looking. And this is all
Right.
you ever seen in all your movies, your sitcoms, and your commercials. Everybody's fucking perception after 30, 40 years of that, that's what they would be looking for.
Yep. It's true. It's very true.
And people don't want, oh no, that's not me. That is so. That's fact.
Yes, if they were able to somehow twist the narrative and explain to people through years of programming, like you said, that being attractive, being hardworking, being intelligent is somehow a blasphemy, is somehow a disgrace to human traits, people would actually begin to start believing that after a series of years of that type of programming.
Yes, exactly.
So that's a pretty interesting thought.
Well, I know that to be true. Just, but how do you do it? They've got these people that have done this to us own everything. They
Mm,
own all of your major media worldwide, new major newspapers, major media of any kind. They control it all. We control nothing. They control it all. And it is the years and years of social engineering and the male shaming that's caused us to be where we're at right now. And
I
I try
agree.
to get people out of them behaviors. That's why I brought up the categories that we're using in the manosphere. Because them are socially engineered words to keep us fighting one another, to keep us competing against each other, to keep us hating one another and divided. And it works because nobody wants to be put in a category that they don't approve of. Everybody wants to be a number 10, don't they?
Everybody wants to be somebody else. People have been programmed to hate themselves. They don't want to be who they are. They want to be what somebody tells them they should be. And
Exactly.
this is bad.
It is. That's why I bring this stuff up and I try to get people to understand. We gotta knock these fucking type of categories off. You gotta stop spilling them out your mouth. And that's to
Absolutely.
anybody who's in the manosphere. You gotta stop using them.
Yeah, and I also notice this in other areas of life as well. You know, careers, jobs, whether you're college educated or not, people bracket each other into divisions of status based upon whether or not they're going to school, whether or not they're a doctor or a lawyer. If you're not going to college, you're a loser. If you're in college, hey, keep it up. If you're a doctor or a lawyer, you're a hot shot. And everybody wants to place people in this caste system of you're a good person because you're a doctor, you're a piece of shit because you work at McDonald's and you flip burgers, you're somewhere in the respectable middle because you're a technician or an engineer, but you're still a piece of shit, because you're not a doctor, you're not a baller, you're not a millionaire, you're not a superstar athlete. And they've been, you know, the whole college thing is not every man is wired to go to college. Everybody learns differently. Some men are more capable for being successful in the trades.
Yes.
Some men are more successful in warehouse type jobs, like I am. Some people are
Well,
made for college.
it's like this. First off, everybody has things that they're no good at and things they're good at. And
Right.
this is why it takes us all working together collectively to create what we create. Okay? When you put somebody else down because you're good at something they're not, believe me, they got something they're really good at that you're not, and so then you should be put down too. Okay? Now, this Dean guy in here says, Bill, are you asking the, okay, Bill, you are asking to change, okay, your entire country, and it ain't going to happen. Like I don't know that already. Okay? Like somehow I don't know that already, huh? And then he goes, Bill, you're asking to change my then, and it scrolls right then when I'm reading it. Now quit that. Okay? You're asking the whole world to change. Okay, it's not going to happen. Then he's got one more here. But they had to scroll on me right then and there, you know.
Hmm.
It was something about the school systems. Okay. I'm not going to go back up and find that again because it's too much scrolling's happened. But no,
Yeah.
I already know I'm not going to change the whole damn country or the world. But it doesn't change the fact of right is right and wrong is wrong. If you're complicit with doing wrong on others, you're part of the problem. You're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. If you're complicit with freaking slamming other people because you can, you're part of the problem. End of story. If you're going along with wrong because 5 million people say something you know in your mind and your heart's wrong, because 5 million people are complicit with evil, means that, well, yeah, that's good now? No, it doesn't. Just means you got 5 million idiots. That's all it means.
Hmm. Yeah.
I mean, you know, we're in the
It's
shape we're in because of that very mentality. People have lost the
it's that
ability to think for their own selves.
that's right. Or they've been taught that if they choose to think for their own selves and follow their own path in life, that if it doesn't fit the societal norm of what people expect them to do, that they're basically a piece of shit with no purpose.
Well, they are. You know, I had one guy years ago, okay, but he went by the name of Nate, okay? He freaking come on my radio show and he
Hmm.
tells me there is no such thing as evil. And he was very adamant about it, dead serious about it. So I gave him an example in a video a couple of days later. I gave him an example in a video of what evil is, and I used his name. I says, okay, Nate, so there ain't no such thing as evil. So if somebody ties you to a chair and you couldn't get away, and we pulled one fingernail at a time out and put you in all that pain and we laughed and loved it, and then maybe we cut one finger off at a time and we put some salt on it to help it to heal. Yep, right. That wouldn't be evil, right? Oh my
Hmm.
God, did he flip out? He called on the show. How could I do that? And I says, you're the one that said there ain't no such thing as evil.
Yeah,
So
that's all it
obviously
takes.
that, yeah, obviously that wouldn't be evil to do that to you, right? And he got quiet. He was pissed that I did that, and he went all quiet. Well, but there's your answer. Okay, your answer was right in your face. Tell me there ain't no such thing as evil when you're surrounded by it.
I've heard that argument, Bill. I've heard some of these new age spiritual self-proclaimed pseudo gurus say, "Oh, everything in reality is symbiotic. There is no such thing as evil. That's just a pigmentation of your mind." Bullshit. Are you going to sit here and tell me that if somebody is locked in a dungeon and they're being sliced up with a knife and they're having their limbs chopped off with a hatchet by some psychopath, that's not evil? Bullshit. Try to put yourself in that perspective and you'll think real quick, oh yes, there is evil in this world and it is very alive and well.
Yeah, but that's
You know,
just
I
that's
can't believe I just don't. I think people who have that mentality of there is no such thing as evil, either they're under a they're under some kind of mental delusion that I can't fathom, or they live a life where they've never been exposed to adversity or pain or problems. That's the only thing I can think of. I don't know, Bill.
yeah, or maybe they've been mind engineered, mind controlled. Who knows? But I agree with you because that is so diluted. And because things are evil, don't mean you can't change them. The only
Right.
reason we can't change them is because nobody wants to do anything about nothing. They all want somebody else to do it for them. And so it's everybody's waiting on everybody. That's what's going on.
Yeah.
And so therefore it's only talk and no results. Only talk and no results. Well, it's a good thing you don't get paid your living on that because you'd all be broke. You would have no
Hmm.
food or nothing.
Right.
Because it'd all be talk and nothing would get done. Sorry, how much did you get done this week? Well, I'm sorry, you got a paycheck. Well, but I was here all them hours. Oh well, you didn't get nothing done. You don't got a paycheck.
Yeah, it's a good point.
I mean, the reality is, it's right in people's face. But I don't know how to get it through to people because people don't care. They really don't. And I
I
just,
don't.
what are you gonna do? I mean, we're at a point now where things are getting absolutely ridiculous.
Um, I I couldn't really add anything extra to what you've said, Bill. I think you've laid it all out for people to see and reckon with. I have a lot of things that I would like to see change in society if I were somehow granted rulership over this country, and what I'd like to see change for the better of everybody. But I mean, we all know that that's not going to happen. I'm never gonna get that wish. I'm never going to see things like corrupt religion disappear. I'm probably never going to see the redistribution of wealth from the top 1% wealthy back into the hands of the people where it rightfully belongs. Um, I mean, what do
Yeah.
you do? What do you do in a situation like that? What do you do?
Well, Dean's telling me I need to be stocked up. And I was just, earlier in the show, I was talking about all the fear porn that's been put out in the last 3 months. And
Hmm.
since it's over the Richter scales, okay, it's like way over the top, okay? I can only tell Dean this. I don't know how them supplies are going to help you when the meteorites fall.
Yeah, the only supply that's going to help you if meteors fall, which is, if that ain't Fairborn, I don't know what is. You're going to have a state of the art underground shelter. But guess what? When you come out of it and everything's gone, when all the animals have been killed off, when all of the plant life has been decimated from the fires, I mean, where are you going to get your food? Where are you going to be able to build a shelter?
Oh
Everything's going to be
yeah, well,
killed.
that's it. That's exactly it. They said like, oh, the great Noah's Ark, okay, in the Bible, they flooded the earth, right?
Right.
Okay. Well, this time it's supposed to be fire, and of
That's
course
what
the
they all say.
fire is going to come from the sky, because we got Planet X over our heads again, guys. Just ask Monograph; he'll tell you all about it. Okay. We're going to have up to 100 meteors an hour falling on our heads. And, as above, as below. And we're going to take all the children now. They're rounding up the children now. So I wonder, he's even suggesting that the reason we don't see any children in the videos shown us by mainstream media of China is because the children have already been rounded up and taken to the tunnels.
Mm.
Okay. So, okay. And then he's talking about they're going to have to live in the tunnels for 90 years.
Oh, give me a break.
Uh, so, yep, to be saved, and you got to be a member of the club, of course.
Right.
You can't just get into the tunnels. You got to be a member of the club. Okay. That reminds me of George Carlin. You got to be a member of the club to get in the tunnels. Now I know
Yeah,
the
his
tunnels are real. Okay. Anybody wants to say the tunnels ain't real, I know better than that. I know that from when I worked at Maintainer because they had a
mhm,
contract and they were building gigantic semi lube trucks. And where were they for? They were for the tunnels. They had a contract with the government.
mm, well,
And they were actually driving these semis in these tunnels. Okay, that's where these semis were going. So I know the tunnels are real. Okay, but do I want to just go? And we know if we went to Denver International Airport, it's fucking absolutely filled full of NWO and Freemasonry. It's all right in your face, even in the airport.
mhm, yeah, I've seen people showing how the logo of Walmart is so filled with symbolism and satanic ideology. I've seen that example shown for a lot of different company logos that are name brand huge corporations, and it's a lot to think about. People don't really see it that way, but it's I mean, you have to really consider that these people are evil fucks. These people don't give a damn about us. It's all about the mighty dollar. It's all about what can I do for me, and fuck the rest of 99% of society. Fuck them.
That's exactly what it is, too. It's all about the dollar. It's all about their magical selfish selves.
But I still have to agree with you, Bill. TFL is the number one agenda that they are pushing in the division of the genders
It
because
is, and it's also the
you,
big white elephant in the room because nobody wants to talk about it.
nobody wants to talk about it.
You can't get nobody to talk about it, you know. You know how many times I've been slammed down because I'm standing up for the men? I was even called a white knight for men. That's right.
A white knight for men.
Yep,
Goodness
I was
gracious.
even called a white knight for men, and it was in a sarcastic manner. They were using it as a shaming tactic when they said it to me, and I blew their shaming topic out of the water because I told them, "Yep, and damn proud of it." And of course, they didn't appreciate that when I said I'm damn proud of it. Why? Because
Right.
who else is standing up for the men? MRA ain't standing up for you. You think Karen Stroud's standing up for you? Yeah, right. The only thing she's standing up for is her bank book, her bank
Yep.
account.
Hmm. Yeah, you're right, Bill. People don't have the courage to talk about TFL, even if they know it's real. Even if they know it's real, most men,
You know
even most
that
men.
gets to me because they don't have the courage to talk about TFL even if they know it's real. But yet I've been out in the public streets wearing a TFL hat and a TFL shirt. Okay, I openly talk about TFL or NWO anywhere I go.
Hmm.
I have no qualms of talking about. I'll stand in line at Walgreens. I'll stand in line at a damn grocery store. I don't care where I'm at. If
Yeah,
somebody brings the topic up, I'll talk about it, and I don't care how many people surround me. And
yeah.
sometimes I get looks from people that if looks could kill, I'd be dead.
Oof.
Okay, all because I talked about it. But you know what? I don't care. And why should I care? I'm only telling the truth. Oh, that's right. Truth hurts people nowadays. Oh no, I've been wounded by the truth.
I also put a lot of blame on the Christian community because the Christian community is responsible for so much New World Order programming,
It
so much
is.
restriction, so much neurotic behavior.
The worst one I had, Dean asked me what kind of reactions, and I already said, but the worst reaction I had was I was actually standing on the beach up in
Mm.
Florida, and I wasn't standing really next to anybody at all, wasn't even really paying attention, and I was talking with Warren, and we were talking about NWO and TFL topics. And I had a lady come walking from way over there by the water that I wasn't even near
Mm.
and walked up to me and told me I needed to leave the beach if I was going to be talking about this kind of stuff in front of her children. But yet
Oh,
they were
come on.
way the fuck down there and I'm way over here. And I didn't leave the beach and she was all pissed off. I kept waiting for some white knight to come running over.
I swear.
And it's just, and I don't care, I just don't care. Most of the time, they don't say shit to me. I just give that look. If they could have killed me with their eyeballs, I'd be dead. How dare
Right.
me talk about it? I even had one lady get up. I was sitting at the frickin' chairs waiting on my prescription at Walgreens, and I was talking to the guy sitting next to me, and the lady on the other side of him kept giving me that glare. And pretty soon she got up and walked around, waiting for a prescription by walking around to be away from me. My topic offended her that bad, I guess.
Mm. People just don't want to. It's like you've said many times, people don't want to be lied to, but they also don't want to be um, told the harsh truth. They want to stay right in the middle.
They do. They can't handle the truth. They're going to deny it. They'll do that. I mean, you see this online all the time. You MIG tollers are famous for this. They will deny being TFL. Okay,
They will to their grave.
you got it. They'll take it to their grave, denying it, denying it, denying. I mean, they're actually scared of a name, guys.
They are.
These guys that are MIG tollers that do this, they're actually scared shitless of a name.
They are. And Steve Hoka was right. You were right. MGTOW is nothing more than TFL in denial. That's all it is.
Yeah, there's probably a very, very low number of true MIG tollers. And I mean a
I,
very low number. And
right.
then we're going to be the guys that was with a woman who got divorced and the court system took everything away from them. They were tired of the drama. They were tired of being abused. And they had everything stolen from them by the court systems and the woman. And now they refuse to be with a woman ever again. That's a TF.
I,
That is a true MIG toller.
that's a true MGTOW right there. It's true. Yeah, I agree. Um, and just the idea of marriage itself, being in a relationship, being in a third party relationship with your wife and the state government, just kind of, you know, we don't think about it often, but when I spend time really evaluating what that means, it just kind of,
Well, what it means is if you have kids, you're actually screwed. Or even if you
mm,
don't have kids, if you support the woman,
right.
okay, and you're with her for a number of years, like 10 years or so, she could actually come after alimony, even not having children with you.
Mm.
She don't have to have children to get alimony. All she's got to do is show the courts that she's never held a job and that you supported her whole lot, all the years you were with her, and the courts will award her alimony. You owe her that living.
Bill, I actually made a post regarding that matter on one of my social media platforms the other day to share with some of my friends. I basically said this is what the state marriage certificate basically symbolizes in a nutshell. It symbolizes that I don't trust you to love me forever. Therefore, we need to get involved in a third party agreement with the government where there are consequences, severe consequences set in place in the case of divorce that keep us in fear. So we'll end up staying with each other out of fear and not because we really love each other.
Unfortunately, if people would just
Um,
take the time needed to get to know one another and become friends and become best friends and do it properly and then focus 50-50 straight across the board in their relationship, learn how to not argue, learn how to not have drama, learn how to compromise. This is so hard to accomplish in today's society. It's almost like next to impossible. Okay, it
mm,
really is. But if people could learn that, then you would see this stuff go away because, when one guy's dating multiple women, or you got one woman in today's society who's actually living and dating four guys at one time or three guys at one time, that's absolutely disgustingly sick.
oh
Well,
gosh.
what are you waiting for? Them to kill each other before you get after them? Because the day's
Jesus.
going to come that jealousy is going to over and rage is going to take over in this type of relationship.
Oh yes. What did that lady say? Or Warren made a joke one time. The woman's got one guy for sex, for reproduction. She's got one guy for helping her with her homework. She's got one guy for dinner dates. She's got another guy as her emotional tampon. She's got every guy she needs for every possible need she has. Why? You can't get all of your needs and your desires taken care of by one man? Just get it from six men. Just get it from seven men. However many men are willing to be in a polyandrous relationship with you and share you with a horde of other men. Sick.
Exactly. And then pretty
Sick.
soon, the sexual disease starts getting passed around. I mean, you
Hmm.
know what? Are you so desperate you're going to be with a woman, okay? Just because you're alone, you don't care if she has three other guys living with her? You're going to move right in and be right there with her? I mean, you're asking for major trouble because emotions, jealousy, and rage will get in the way.
Bill, so many men are so love starved, along with being hooked on pornography and masturbation, that they're telling themselves, you know what? It might as well just be better for me to be in a polyandrous relationship and share this one woman with four other guys. If I can get laid once every 3 weeks, if I'm lucky, I'll take that over, standing up for myself and standing up for what I believe in and living TFL. Some men would rather be in a polyandrous situation than live TFL, but not me. I can't do it. I'd rather live TFL than share a woman. If I'm gonna have a
That's
woman,
exactly
it's
it.
gonna be it's gonna be her, it's gonna be I, it's gonna be us. There's not gonna be anybody else involved. That's it.
That's the way it's supposed to be and should be. It should never be about, oh, I validate myself as a man. The more women I stick my dick in the hole of, the better of a man I am. Well, when you get some venereal disease or some herpes or something, wow, you're a really good man.
Yeah, you wake up in the morning and something doesn't feel right downstairs. Oh yes, you know you made a big choice. And it wasn't a good one.
Yeah,
Made a big mistake.
I
Yeah.
feel sorry for Young in here. He's saying he's been TFL since he's 13. He's now 20. He's still
Jesus.
really young. But yeah, and if things don't change, he's going to be 30 and then he's going to be 40. And I don't like to say that. The only thing I could tell him is go out here, get yourself involved in activities, go do the activities because you want to do them and not for anybody else. Be yourself. Don't even think about women. And maybe one day you'll meet a woman while you're doing this and you'll get to know her over time. And you never know, okay? But don't hold your breath on it and become depressed if it don't, because we live in a very, very sick ass world.
That's absolutely right. You know, I was talking with my family one time and a couple other people about the state marriage license, and I basically told them it's not the because they look at me and I tell them that I'm not a supporter of the official state marriage license, and they look at me kind of crazy and they say, "Well, you're not really in a real marriage if you don't go through the wedding charade and you don't get the license and you don't get the government involved." Well, they're of this mindset that it has to be that way, and I have to kind of let them know it's not the marriage license that keeps a couple married. It's the spiritual union that they've built with each other that keeps them together.
It is the bond, the friendship that they built with each other. It is doing things properly. You don't get into arguments over petty shit.
Right.
Okay? You learn how to agree to disagree. You learn how to compromise. That's right. You learn how to respect each other's feelings. You learn how to take that time to really get to know the person. I mean, when your idea of a date is to go get laid, you're going to get naked with somebody you don't even know. It's only a matter of time before you get something.
Mm.
You could get something that you'll have the rest of your life. And
Yeah,
now
it's
you're going
true.
to be dangerous for anybody else to be with.
It's true. Yeah.
And people don't stop to think about this stuff at all. Anymore, it's like it don't mean nothing to them.
If there was some kind of special pill or some special technique that you could use to where if you clapped your hands, you could turn your sex drive off, that would be great. But unfortunately, we don't have that. So, a lot of these men have to deal with the burden of that sexual frustration. And
They
in such
do.
cases, it would be better for them to masturbate and just get it out like that than it would be
Yes.
to involve themselves with a woman who's got an STD or whatever.
Oh, yes, I totally agree. We got Mr. Hulk with us. Welcome to
Hey,
Steve.
Hey, Mr. Hoka.
Hey, hey, Bill, how are you doing?
Not doing too bad. Hope you're doing good, Steve.
Yeah, doing good. Getting some doing some political activism in my neighborhood, trying to fight a horrible thing with this tax hike they want to throw down people's throat. It's getting
Oh
expensive to live
shit.
in these crappy suburbs. Oh yeah, I live in a county where there is no limit on the percentage of the tax. Some places in California they can only charge 1% maximum. So you
Wow.
know, yeah, Cuyahoga County bitches. They wonder why people are leaving the county. Well, figure it out. They just keep raising taxes like crazy.
It's just like California. You got
Yeah,
people who are.
California still has a limitation, but anyways, how you guys doing? What's the subject matter?
We
Uh,
go ahead, Hayden.
oh, well, I think we've been all over the place, haven't we, Bill?
A little bit, yeah. We've
Yeah.
talked a little
Well,
bit.
Hayden, do you really think?
What's that, Steve?
Hayden, You think TFL is a bigger problem? You sounded like you were pretty upset.
It
Do you think
is. I
it's a
think
much
it
bigger
is.
problem than people are giving?
I don't know
Yeah,
if you were overhearing me speak earlier about how I was spending time with my mother earlier today. We were out shopping and dining, and I got a
yeah.
lot of very negative, very rude looks from a lot of people as if they were confused as to whether or not this was my mother that I was spending time with or whether this was a woman that was granting me a date that I just so happened to be 35 years younger than. And it
Well,
really
why would
struck a
you?
nerve.
Why would you assume that they were looking at you funny because of it? What specifically did you look at?
Well, when you can look at certain people and they look at you a certain way and you can tell that the way they're looking at you is not a look of happiness or respect. It's a look of disgust. It's a look of you're weird, you're creepy, you're
Yeah.
questionable. You know what I'm talking about?
Kind of. I mean, I do know that depending on what you look like and what your circumstances, I'm kind of the middle of the road situation where I don't get bad looks. I don't get positive. It's just to kind of have a nice day. Thank you for shopping at Walmart type. So, but you're seeing yours is laser specific toward the fact that you were with your mother, and what you were walking around with her.
Well, we were doing a little bit of shopping at Macy's because my older sister has a wedding in a few weeks, so we were shopping for dress items to
Yeah.
fit the occasion. And we went out to dine at Chipotle afterwards, and I just
Yeah.
sometimes I feel as though I can pick up on and I don't mean to sound new ageist when I say this because I hate that new age shit that people throw around, but you could kind of get a feel for the type of impression or energy that people are throwing at you when they look at you in a certain way. Like if I see somebody and they give me a head nod or they smile at me, I know that person's, they're being respectful, they're being nice. But when people just look at me and they have this vague deer in a headlights stare, I know that something's up. They're questioning me, they're making a judgment on me or my mother without even knowing what's really going on. And it
Yeah.
just doesn't feel good. It's very weird. It's
Well,
hard
I
to
mean, there's
explain.
all you could ask them. You could say, "Sir, I'm just curious. I'm testing my my spiritual what do you call it? Seeing if I can read minds and let me know what you're thinking." But I don't know if they would tell you the
Yeah,
truth or not.
no, I could do that, but I just don't think it would be worth it. I wouldn't want to
I
get
mean,
into a
what I
physical
could say
confrontation.
when I go out in public, I don't really get negative stares, but I don't think I get positive. You're kind of invisible. I mean, I kind of think that, depending on what your circumstances are, if you're really unattractive, you're going to get people that give you that ew look, like Bill used to talk about. And then if you're middle of the road, you're not going to get really anything. You're just kind of, um, and I don't know. I don't even have an answer for this anymore. Just kind of,
Well,
kind
you're
of bothered.
absolutely right, Steve. You're right. When I am out in public on my own without any
Yeah,
family members or anything like that, it's like you
yeah,
just said, it's not really negative or positive. It's just
yeah,
I'm a ghost. Nobody really pays any mind to me.
yeah.
So
Yeah, because
it's I
looking at
just
you, I don't see anything wrong with the way you look personally.
no.
I think you look fine. You look very Anglo. You look very Germanic. You look very much like you look like a hill, like one of those members of the Allman Brothers or something. Like you look like a guy that would have been playing bass or lead guitar in one of those bands in the '70s.
Hey, that's the look. That's the metal guitarist look that I'm going for.
And those guys were pretty monogamous. They usually only had one woman in their life.
Yeah, that's true. But I think I have a theory, and I could be very well wrong about this, so I'll just say that up front. But I think the reason why some people would give me these deer in the headlights type stares when I'm with my mother is TFL, in my opinion, has gotten so bad, and we know that there are men that have become so desperate to find a woman that they're willing to actually go out on dates with women who are in their 50s and even 60s, around my mother's age. So
Right.
maybe considering that phenomena, when people see me with my mother, or excuse me, with my mother, they're questioning, is that really his mother or is that a woman that he's on a date with? And that's just,
Well,
it's a
yeah. I
very
mean,
weird thing.
and that debunks the stupid myth that women hit the wall, right?
Oh
Right.
yes, definitely.
There is no wall. There is no wall.
Never has
Yeah.
been a wall.
Well, the wall, I mean, yeah, women hit the wall in terms of their physical appearance, but in terms of the amount of options they have, they don't hit a wall.
Hmm.
Well,
So,
everybody hits the wall as far as their appearance goes. The older
Hmm.
you get, the more it goes out the door.
Hmm.
Okay, but when it comes to actually being able to be in a relationship, have somebody in your life, there ain't no such thing as a wall for a woman.
Hmm.
I mean, I've had many stories on this and I've witnessed and watched it. And you got to think about it. She could be up in her 60s in really good health, you know, and she still has more options than guys have.
Yeah, for sure.
I know y'all talked a lot about these. I don't know much about this, but the silent generation and the baby boomers who were, you said they're going to still be in power politically for the next 30,
Yeah.
40 years because they're
Oh,
like
it's
80, 90 years old and they're still walking down the street. You gave that example of that one woman who's in her 80s. I can't remember her name, but she walks around
Nancy
like she's
Pelosi. Yeah.
35. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Nancy
Yeah.
Pelosi.
Jesus Christ.
No, I think Steve's accurate on that. I did start off the show with an Osborne, with something I was observing, Steve.
Okay.
Okay, and I flagged my picture up here of the coronavirus. The guy's drunk and passed out.
Mhm.
Okay, and the question was simple. I asked it to Hayden because I was talking with my ex. And she's telling me what she's seeing there. I'm noticing what I see where I'm at. I talked
Mhm.
to my nephew in Florida, asked him what he's seeing, okay?
Yeah.
And then I asked Dave, who's in the show, what he's seeing. And so far, I've got four different states in one location of the state that's pretty big, that's got a lot of people in it, and lots of people in it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, they're not serving anybody wearing masks.
Well, there people are wearing masks. That's not true. I go in the nursing home. People are doing it now all the time, but that's because they're being cautious.
Well, in the nursing home and stuff like this, yes, but I mean in public. If you go to the
Yeah.
store and you go places, how many people are you actually observing wearing masks?
Nobody.
I haven't seen one.
And
Hmm.
I'm not saying anything other than I was observing this, and every time I see something on the media, they've always got all these people in masks,
Right.
and it don't match up to what I'm seeing. So that's the reason I started asking other people what they're seeing in their area.
Well, I mean, I don't get out a lot, but I think you're right. When around the nursing home, I'm seeing people with masks. But you're not in the areas that where people would wear them. I think like if you were in a big concert hall or something, you might see some people with them because that's different. But they're closing concert halls, and
Hmm.
um, honestly, Bill, I know you're going to say this is scare tactics. I think that if this coronavirus is real, there'd have to be a lot of stupid people. I mean, like all the doctors, like Dr. Sanjay Gupta on CNN, he's concerned about it. I mean, they're bragging on this president. Everybody in even the so-called right-wing media is still ripping on Trump. So I don't think Trump's got a lot of friends out there right now because of this, because he's taking it too lightly.
Well, I look at it as I'm not going to totally say it's false, okay?
Yeah.
But I did find this out, okay? Now
Hmm.
we already know that the coronavirus is something humans can't get; it has to be engineered. But there's
Hmm.
something else I found out over the course of the week. Influenza A in human beings is the exact same thing as corona is in animals.
Right.
So what's the chance that maybe we got influenza A and they're using the coronavirus because influenza A's been around forever and it's one of the vaccination shots that's been given to everybody.
Bill, I don't even know if I want to even go that far. I think that there's something going on. Okay, I don't buy this shit that it's all a big conspiracy theory. I think we are dealing, like Steve Bannon thinks that there's a lot more people dead in China because they blacked it out. We don't know. I mean, it's like it could be a serious thing. You'd have to get access.
Your statement, Steve, I agree with you on because I go from both angles. Okay,
Okay.
we have no way of really knowing. Okay,
Yeah.
and because we actually have no way of really knowing, the only thing you can do is when you look at your media, you see everything, and you look around you, you don't see what you're seeing there. But
Right.
then
Right.
we're not overseas, so
Yeah.
we don't know what we're truly seeing because I sure ain't got the money to travel to all these places and observe.
No, I don't.
Okay, so we got this dilemma where we're stuck in a spot. So I don't want to call it completely false, but
Right.
I also don't want to call it completely real. So I have to like sit on a fence.
Bill, if it's a serious thing, we'll know in the next couple months. I guarantee. If it is a serious virus, it's going to spread. We'll know.
I
Oh
agree.
yeah. Well, I did start off the show giving the award like I did the other day to Monograph for
Yeah.
spreading the most fear porn that I've ever seen.
Yeah. Who's
That's
monograph?
Monograph. Oh, I've been watching this guy off and on for years. He's definitely an agent, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, there's no doubt about that. But this guy in the last week has put out the most fear porn I've ever seen. He's got us going to have meteor
Yeah.
showers. We're going to have a Taisumi wipe out uh, Maryland and wipe out the Capitol, and we're going to have massive people dead just in the state of Washington, okay, from the coronavirus. We're going to have a dam break in Texas. Monday's National Fear Day, an unannounced holiday. And when you Google it, you find it out that there is a National Fear Day. Okay.
Yeah.
And then, of course, he's got Planet X is coming back, and we're going to have 100 meteors an hour hitting the planet. And I'm like, it's off the
Okay.
Richter
Here's
scales.
Alex Ansary does the same thing. He talks about solar flares. Okay, if we're going to get hit with solar flares, then what's the point of talking about it? There's nothing you can do about it. It will probably.
I appreciate that, Steve. I appreciate that because that's what I said. Why would you want to even worry about it? There ain't nothing you can do about it anyhow. If you worry about this stuff, you're going to drive yourself insane. And if it's something serious is going to happen and it's happening, what are we going to do about it?
I don't know.
I wouldn't know.
That's just it, okay? So I think we're like in a rock and a hard spot here. But I
Yeah.
would just tell people take it lightly with a grain of salt because I've witnessed the most fear porn that I've ever seen out of one person's mouth in the last week. And when I added up all the fear porn together that's on the internet right now, I mean, it's
Yeah.
got to take the cake. It really does.
Yeah.
Because it's off the Richter scales. It's unbelievable that I'm seeing this much fear porn. And we're only in March.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Well, we'll know real quick if this is serious. We're gonna hear if I get corona. Let's just say I randomly get it. I'm gonna fucking believe it's real. Okay, that's how I feel. If I
Well,
get
you
it, I'm
know
gonna.
what, Steve? If you was to actually get it, and I know you good enough, right? That if
Yeah,
you actually got it and told me you had it, then I
yeah,
know it's real, okay? without a reasonable doubt, because I know Steve. He's not going to lie about something like that.
Yeah,
Okay,
if I
Steve,
had it,
no. So I know that to be factual. Okay, I just,
mhm.
I have to sit on a fence and think to myself, there's a really good chance this is bullshit, but I don't want to totally call it bullshit because I can't back it. I just ain't rich enough to go back it.
Right.
Because there's so many ways this can go. I did get disgusted with the amount of fear porn I saw in the last week, and so I threw up that video, that live stream the other day for short, ranting about the fear porn because, I mean, it's just off the Richter scales. I'm seeing way too much.
Yeah, yeah, it is. It is getting crazy. I wonder what kind of future we have, Bill.
I honestly don't know. If I was to predict our future, well, I think more male shaming, more hatred. I don't see it going any different.
Mm.
Hey, Steve, I wanted to ask you, I wanted to get your take on this because there's a lot of people who predict that in the coming years we're going to have a bunch of mass shootings and mass murders related to TFL. But,
Hmm.
I could also think that, a lot of men would either adapt to it or just commit suicide. What do you think about that?
I think adaptation is what's going to happen. I think you underestimate man's ability, unfortunately, and I see this in a very. It's unfortunate that people tend to adapt to adverse situations too. If the situation is going to be where a woman's vagina is the holy grail and they're put on a pedestal, I think here's why I believe men are going to adapt because they're already adapting. What we have probably one third the men are solid 100% TFLers. They've gone years without a woman,
Right.
but they're already adapting now. So what's to say that in years they won't? But yeah, there will be probably a few TFL shootings, but I think it's going to be very small. I think most guys are just going to, yeah, suicide and adapt. The ones that can't adapt will just commit suicide. That's all they know how. I mean, it's
Or, like another point you also brought up was the polyandrous, where a lot of men would be willing to just
uh,
share a woman with four other
well,
guys,
if
which
you
is,
think about that, if you think about the polyandrous thing where a woman has multiple guys, that men are willing to do that now. Because if you think about online dating, that is a polyandrous thing. It is
yes,
basically a guy willing to date and have sex with a woman that already he knows is probably screwing other guys. I
right.
don't think any man is going to put the standard and say, "Well, look, I'm the only guy you're ever going to have." So polyandry is already going on the online personals right now.
That's very true.
Yeah, so it's and this
Yeah.
I don't know, there's so many subjects that are so taboo to talk about. Like, okay, like I did a lot. I watch a lot of different videos. The subject of the white race being wiped out like through immigration is such a taboo subject. It's been like this for
Yes.
30, 40 years. I mean, this I'm not kidding you when I say this. There is no doubt that this is going to change society when white people are a minority. It's going to radically affect it.
I
And
agree.
it's going to be very, very, and it's part of the process, the culling process. They're going to turn America into a Brazil. You'll still have a white elite, but you're going to have a very small ones. But it's, oh my God, it's like, and they were saying, I just kind of like, I hate when things are taboo because when something's taboo, it means you got something to hide.
Right.
Exactly, exactly. There was something else I said, Steve, about these women
Yeah,
that are being with three and four guys. Okay.
yeah.
I agree with you that it's going to become accepted, but I think that you're going to see a lot of jealousy and anger, and it's going to lead to a vile explosion between.
Oh, I think so. Well, because there a lot of guys are not going to be lucky enough, and of course, I know some smart ass is going to say, "Well, what do you mean lucky?" I mean, in the figurative sense, they're going to consider having being one of four guys being lucky, and if they don't get to be chosen amongst one of four guys with one woman, they're going to be angry. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to I would literally, I could do this. I mean, as an experiment, I mean, if I talk to a guy at the gym, I could just, if I bust this, have a conversation, I could bring it up and just say, what do you think of the dating scene today? I could bring it up. I don't know what kind of reaction you're going to get. Are they going to get pissed off that you asked the question? It's it.
I
I
don't
see
think
this in.
they'd be pissed off
Go
at
ahead.
you, Steve, if you just asked simply, what do you think of the dating scene? And then let
Yeah,
them give you your opinion.
yeah.
I don't think you'd
Well,
have a problem that way.
no, and I think I would do that. I think what I'm seeing is a lot of young guys will say, "Oh yeah, I got to meet with my girlfriend." I don't think girlfriends take them seriously. You might see a lot of young guys that are living TFL that will get a girlfriend for a short time, but what we don't see is how quick that girlfriend breaks up with them and moves on. And so
It's very
that's
true.
even if you're a young guy and you're at the gym and you're talking to your bros about, "Yeah, I'm going to meet up with my girlfriend." That girlfriend is like just being flighty. You're just getting your turn. He's within probably a few months or 6 months, she's probably going to be on to some other dude.
Yeah, that's very true, Steve.
That I totally agree with.
So you can't. This is why I did that video, Bill, about people make assumptions. Is you cannot assume that because you see a guy with a woman that he's not with his sister, or that the guy and the girl that are together. You don't know that maybe that girl and that guy are going to be broken up in 3 months. Maybe they've been together 25 years. You don't really know anything about them.
Well, Steve, that's exactly right. When you look at a couple, you don't know the first thing about them. And you're
Right.
right. It could be their sister, it could be a cousin, okay? It can, it don't mean they're together. And even if they are together, you don't know how long they've been together. You know nothing about them at all.
Right.
The only thing you can do is make an assumption, which the majority of the time your assumptions won't be correct.
Right.
Because your assumption will be out of what you've run into and you've perceived and seen in your life. And then,
Hmm.
of course, you'll put them in that category and they didn't live your life.
Right.
I think people forget about individuality too much.
Right.
Well, I think, Steve, I think you're right regarding that matter we just spoke about. I used to think that, it would end up being mostly men committing suicide, but the more I think about it, I think it'll just be a small percentage of men, I mean, very
Yeah.
small
Well,
percentage of men with the
here's what
shootings
is.
or,
I will tell you, the men are going to adapt to this, but what's going to happen is men are going to drop out. I believe the government is going to try to do something very sinister. And I think what it's going to boil down to is they will not tolerate all these unemployed men. Um, Russia, my dad told us, my class this one time. My dad he had a lot of foreign students in his classes. And he said that in Russia, it was against the law under communism, even in the like 70s or 80s, even that a guy could not live with his girlfriend and just live off of her. He would have to either marry her, or he couldn't just live and be a leech, or they would put you in like they called it work encouragement camps. Is
oh,
that
wow.
Orwellian or what? And I
Wow.
think that, yes, my dad told me the story, and he said what they would do is they would put you there for a year, and they would tell you, look, this is what you're going to do, and if you live out like a parasite, and the law only applied to men, and so I can see them putting men rounding up like, and of course I'm too old. I'll either be in prison or dead. So, but sorry, someone's making noise here.
That would have to
Oh,
be Hayden because he's the only one
sorry.
that went in here.
Oh, I'll move
Okay,
my mic
so
real quick.
okay, what I see happening possibly is that they may try to either enact a bachelor tax, or they could round up these men and put them and make them work for their keep. I got all kinds of ideas what might happen, but I'm almost scared to bring them up because then it might encourage some people, nefarious people in government, to do this. But no, I mean, I think it's going to be like a George Orwell novel. It's going to be nasty. What's going to happen is these men that adapt are going to drop out. They're not going to want to work their ass off because you have no incentive when you're single and you might have a good job, but there's no incentive to really want to work hard.
No, they're actually what incentive do most men have anymore? Why?
Yeah.
Why support a system who hates your guts?
Right. And you know what, Bill? I'm going to tell you, the guy that wrote this book, his name's F. Roger Devlin. I got the book. I actually got. Did you know that they banned a book already on Amazon? It was called Sexual Utopia in Power by this guy named F. Roger Devlin. I was able to get a copy of the book before they. It's basically it's not even a racist book. It's about restoring marriage. He says that basically we got to go back to restoring the marriage thing. But this book was banned, so Amazon is banning books too now.
Wow, there you go. That why
And F. Roger Devlin, you can go on it. You can Google this term go on YouTube and type in sexual oh wait, I forgot the name of the book is Sexual Utopia and Power is the name of the book. And the guy does an interview and he talks about the premise of the book, and he says that basically he wrote it to explain to people that the sexual revolution at first gave guys options, but then eventually it unleashed the demon in women, and it turned them. It was actually the worst thing they could have ever done. So sexual liberation was not a good thing.
yeah.
But the reason why they banned it is because they said that he basically was so flat on honest. He says we have to restore marriage. He says we have to get women out of the labor market because they when women enter the labor market, this is what Karl Marx said. Karl Marx was that he was the founder of the communist philosophy. He said that labor is treated like a commodity that even children and women can bring down. So the more people in the labor market, what happens to the law of supply and demand, the less valuable it becomes. So a man's labor now is competed with women now and men and in children, in some cases children in the past, but mostly women. So the only way a man can really afford to raise a family is if he doesn't have competition in the workforce.
Yeah,
And
and good luck
and,
on
and
that
it's
one.
yeah, good luck on that one, right, Bill? So they flooded the market with they've over obviously it's good for the tax revenue. They brought in tax revenue, but what it did was it gave men less of a purpose. Women had jobs, but women aren't happier, and this is nothing. They're not happy with the situation. Bill, I mean, I think you know what I think is going to happen. Women will get their comeuppance. I think men are going to enjoy this new freedom because they are not going to have to be tied down to families. And yes, they're going to live TFL, but there might a renaissance may come out of this whole TFL thing. You never know.
It could. You know something else I thought of?
Hmm.
Okay. Now, of course, I'm still stand where I stand on the coronavirus because it could be real as it could be fake. And so I had to stay in that mode. But
Hmm.
this is something else I thought of because one of the things I got to hear Mr. Monograph talk about is it was engineered for the XY chromosome and it's to attack men, okay? And so there's going to be more men dying off than women. And of
Right.
course, my first thought is, why not? We had 30 years of male shaming. We got male shaming in the media, in the music. Okay, we
Yeah.
got the feminist movement. Men hate men, women hate men. Why not have something else that would attack men?
Hmm. I don't think it's going to give guys more options to pussy though. Women will just keep their. I think if one third of the men died off, women wouldn't give a shit. I don't think it would have any effect or very little effect on
Yeah,
because if you have to understand that women nowadays are not really pining for men to begin with.
no,
If
you're correct. What if it was also designed to kill off the semen, to keep guys,
Yeah,
to make guys infertile so the guys can't get them pregnant?
yeah, I mean, I think so. I think that men are going to adapt to this. I think the government is going to be upset. They're going to play the blame game. They'll what they'll do is they'll say, "Oh, the men were in the last 30 years, men have been so irresponsible." I mean, Bill, you and I and a lot of people in MGTOW know what's happening, but unfortunately, it's going to have to it's kind of like the reason why people like us don't talk about this in public is because we know what the response is going to be. People are it's like if I were to try I used to make this mistake as a teacher, Bill, and I stopped doing it. You cannot assume that because something you've learned it for, let's say, 5, 6, 10 years, 10, 20 years, you cannot assume that in one fell swoop people are going to understand it. You know what I'm saying? Like
No,
if I try to
no, yes,
explain to them,
I agree.
if I yeah, so if I try to explain electricity to them and explain to them like the different Ohm's law and load factors and overamping of a circuit because of this, you can't expect them to learn it right away. And I guess what a lot of people that learn red pill, blue or black pill knowledge, they want to share it with everybody, but people their brains can't process it right away. They just can't. do it. So it's kind of futile to talk about. You might want to ask a guy, yeah, what do you think of this dating scene today? I think that's a very basic question that you might get an honest answer from, though.
I think if you mention it in just in that way and then don't say anything, let them give their opinion, you
Yeah.
know, I think that I don't think you'll ever have a conflict over that.
No, that would be very general comp because in that way it wouldn't like be blaming it on a conspiracy. You could just say, and you'd be surprised at guys will but say, yeah, it's kind of this girl's giving me shit, or I mean, it's you kind of know. I think TFL is real. I think we undersell it. One guy got on the chat the other day and said, "No, I think you're exaggerating." Well, I'm not even looking at the fucking chat, Bill. I don't want to see these assholes in the chat. Fuck them. I'm so sick of reading the chat while I'm trying to talk. I'm just like, I don't learn anything from that stupid chat.
No, most of the time I had to agree with you. Tonight
Yeah.
the chat's actually been pretty cool.
Yeah.
Okay, you've got a lot of people in here with a lot of comments, and
Right.
overall they agree with what I've been saying, or Hayden, or
Yeah.
yourself.
Yeah.
Okay, but I know what you're saying. We
I
get
mean,
other people
you're going
come
to
in
get
here and
people that
just
like
boom.
there's people that like to argue just for the sake of arguing, okay? And
Yes.
I don't like conflict, Bill, and I don't want to be reading the chat while I'm trying to talk because I feel like somebody's giving me okay, it's we all have a different opinions. The reason I think TFL is more serious, I base it on a lot of things. Observations is a big thing. One way you can determine TFL, you can see basically how do you see guys and women interacting. How often do you see a white couple together holding hands, kissing, smooching on the park bench? I saw that all the time when I was in the 80s and 70s or 60s, 80s, 70s, 80s, 90s. Um, I don't see any real indication that the dating scene online. I mean, you can clearly see that women have unbelievable options. That Tinder is just a joke. I mean, I've used it a couple of times, but it's a joke. It's you might get one response from a woman that's 400 pounds. It's just absolutely insane. So, I mean, it doesn't take much to realize now that even good looking men are struggling big time. Even handsome guys that so called represent the chat. I'm looking at the guy here, not Harry, but Hayden. Hayden, you look like the kind of guy that in the 1980s you would have probably had a lot of chicks around you. At least you'd have had one good woman in your life. I mean, there's no reason
Yeah.
why, looking at your physical demeanor, that you're single. There's no reason why you should be. You're not some weird, high intense. I mean, you don't have anything that would really make you odd, other than the fact that we're living in the era of TFL.
Well, that's just the thing, Steve. And as a matter of fact, when I was in grade school, middle school, high school, I had relatively attractive women interested in me. It's just at the time, like Hell by the Dashboard has mentioned a few times, he said, you know, when the women showed him interest, he thought, well, I'll have plenty of time when I graduate from college or later on in life to pursue those opportunities. But once he got there, they were gone. And that's been my case. A lot of those women that were interested in me back in high school or middle school, they wouldn't touch me with a 10-foot pole nowadays.
Yeah, well, that brings up another issue, though. Is this phenomenon something that could be going on every generation, where when you're in high school you have options, but when you get out you don't? I tend to think it's a combination. The reason I still think that the dating scene stinks is we're seeing more younger men that are just going without. And if it was
Yeah.
just a problem of you not taking advantage of the girl in high school and marrying her or hooking up with her, and that would be one thing. But what's happening is you have more men that are going without, and I don't think that's an accident. So I don't think that the high school thing is a good analogy, because, like, how about the day sport light tried to say, "Oh, back in the mid 2000s, those were the good old days." I'm like, I'm laughing. I'm tired. Are you fucking out of your mind? The dating scene was on life support by the early 90s. I go back. I remember the early 90s when things started to change big time, but it
Yeah.
wasn't as bad. But I mean, you could still get a date. You could still go to a bar, and if you talk to enough chicks, you could probably make out with the girl. I mean, oh my God, a woman wouldn't even let you hold her. When you look at women now, I mean, just the thought, if they're not going to even give you the time of day, they're not going to. It's like totally different now.
Another thing about the high school talk is, I think in high school, obviously, like you've mentioned a lot of times before, it's probably the only time in your life where you're going to be in such a small area surrounded by
Right.
so many people. And once you're out of high school, unless you go to college or you get involved in something else, you're never going to have those opportunities again. And boy, did that hit me hard when I graduated.
Well, yeah. Well, did you go to college too?
Well, I went to college for a semester and then I dropped out because I just
Mm.
didn't have it in me to keep going.
I can tell you that the dating scene was already falling apart much quicker than you'd think it was. I went back to college in the mid 90s because I was out of the service. I went to a 2-year technical school, got my degree, and I went back to a junior college. I wanted to get like a business, maybe associate in business. And I was only like 25 at the time, so I was still pretty young. And I noticed the dating scene was already pretty shitty by then because I used to
Hmm.
complain about it, and that's when I noticed that all those dating books were coming out. And I looked at the copyright. They started in the late 80s, like 89, and they all the way through the mid to late 90s. And then they started coming out with the PUA shit. But there was like the dating scene was already, there were already precursors that it was going to shit in the 80s, even with the dating site, the dating those Matchmaker International and stuff. And they started commoditizing whatever, how do you say that word, making a commodity out of dating and relationships, and it was really bad. I mean, it really got bad. So I think that this thing could carry on a long time, and I think men are going to adapt to it. Some men are going to be willing to be in a relationship, one of five, seven guys in a relationship. Maybe they'll get lucky and be able to have a kid with the woman. And then there's going to be the resentful guys that will not ever be able to be one of those five lucky guys.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
use that with a lot of sarcasm when I say lucky guys.
right.
You know?
I know, I agree with you. We also got Dave here with us and
Yeah.
Drunk
Hey,
Hope.
What's up,
Uh,
Dave? What's up,
hey, what's
Drunk
up?
Hope?
Hey,
What's up, Aiden? What's up, Steve? What's up, guys?
Hey, Dave, how you doing?
what's up, Dave?
Good. How you doing?
Dave, I got a question for you. How do you know that this isn't just your fucking sick imagination that there's a problem out there? I mean, there's got to be white couples holding hands in Boston.
Yeah. Well, me and you, Steve, we're the same age. We've got the same exact, observations, and stories to tell.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't see it happening out there. I mean, it's just so few and far between.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. It's we're living in it's I can't believe it's been 2008 since Bill and I did the initial TFL stuff, and well, things have gotten worse because now there's more men. Remember these young guys that used to troll us at 18 or 20-year-old? These guys are all TFLers now. They're all That's the funny
Yeah.
thing. That's the irony. You know those guys, those young 18-year-old guys that used to troll us. They're most of them are probably still are TFLers now.
oh yeah, guaranteed, guaranteed.
Yeah.
Oh, they're just starting to plunge into their prime TFL years. It's going to be
Oh
like
yeah.
20 years of it,
Well,
25
think
years.
about it. If they were 18 then, they're like 30 now this year. So,
Oh boy.
so I'm sure it doesn't feel good. I would never wish TFL on my worst enemy.
It's crazy. It's like I think men are. I mean, I think most men. I mean, I talked about the suicide thing, but I think most men are not going to have the courage to commit suicide because I think as long as they have their video games or their beer or their good food, and
No, I don't think that those things are going to do it for them anymore. Because
you
here's
don't
why:
think so?
as you get older, those things mean less. I don't play video games anymore. I have no. It does not. It does nothing to my for my what do you call hypothalamus. I don't get anything out of video games like I did when I was in my like teens and 20s. So I'm
Right.
not really. It when push comes to shove, the video games aren't going to cut it.
I agree with Steve on that because when I was in my 20s, I played a lot of video games, and I don't play video games at all anymore.
Yeah, I have no desire to play them at all. They don't do anything for me.
Yeah, I mean,
So,
myself, I haven't played video games since since they had Atari, and that's going back to when I was probably like, 12, 13, 14 years old. I just was never much into the video games.
yeah, that's not
Yeah,
going to
it's
change.
I think right now for the younger generation, the video games may be an outlet of relief, okay? But as they get older, I don't mind. I have to agree with Steve. They're probably going to slowly wing off the video games.
Yeah, right.
Well, I mean, yeah, I agree with you, Steve. I quit playing video games like when I was 22 a few years ago because I just lost desire for it. It just didn't really appeal to me anymore. But I really, it's fucking, it's hard to put my mind around it because if men run out of things to live for, but yet they still continue on living because they don't really have the courage to opt out. It's just I mean, I don't really know how that's going to play out.
Hayden, I think you're right about your assessment about the whole porno thing. Is that it's a mind game, is what they're playing. They take an ugly old. It's they're playing games with people's head. If it's something that Hell by the Dashboard Light said. If the government doesn't fight something, they support it. If it was true that George Soros was bringing in these people, the government would have to be for it because otherwise they would fight it.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these young men who watch porn, they don't realize that that woman is getting paid good money to fuck that old guy. Excuse my language.
Hayden, she's getting about $800 a scene. That's not good money. In the life of a typical porn star, they probably make 30, 40 grand in their entire career. That's it. They don't make good money. That's a very bad thing to say, good money. Good money is a very relative. I would say most of those women that are on those cameras, only the handful of them make hundreds of thousands a year. Most of them make maybe 40, 50 grand in their life, in their career. That's a lot of dicks for just that,
That's true. I agree it's not worth it, but the ones who do make good money are on these webcam sites, and they sort of pose as the girl next door who's pleasuring herself.
Those ones can actually they can do that for a couple years. Yeah, you're right.
And stay anonymous unless somebody they know, like they're like I imagine it'd be rather devastating if their father or whatever happens to find them on that webcam site. But it's still unlikely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they burn those girls out really quick, though. I mean, their careers are very short. Once they get up to a certain age, they just kind of throw them out like yesterday's newspaper and just move on to the next one.
Well, I guess because there's so many. You're right.
Yeah.
Because I guess there's so many of them that only a certain handful can rank in the top of the search engine within the campsite.
Yeah.
So maybe that could be a thing. What were you gonna say, Steve? You were
No,
gonna say
I was gonna say that it's a wretched business, that porn. I can't believe how many people are addicted to it. I hear about it. It's like I know it's out there, but it's like I hear people saying how addictive. I'm thinking, what half the guys are addicted to this stuff? Probably. I'm going to say more than half your TFLers. Probably all your TFLers are watching porn at some point. I wouldn't even think it's some of them. I think it's probably most of them.
I would have to agree, and that would even be the majority of MGTOW says the majority of MGTOWs.
Yeah.
TFL.
Oh yeah. The majority of MGTOW, if they're not on Tinder trying to get a date or whatever, they're probably on porn. I don't know. I just don't have an answer for this sad situation for men, but TFL, I still maintain strongly, TFL is the white elephant in the room when it comes to New World Order. That's exactly.
It is. I talked earlier. I don't know if you heard it, Steve.
No, I didn't hear the early part.
Paul Elam, our nice little agent over there.
Yeah.
He did a live stream yesterday, well, a video. I'll put it that way, okay?
Okay.
And he had a guy and a girl in there, and they were talking about the hatred of women towards men. And then they went from the hatred of women towards men and started talking about they'd even noticed men hating on men. And I thought, man, you should have listened to Steve a long time ago. He done already told you that.
Yeah. Women love women, men love women. Women hate men, men hate men. That's pretty accurate.
They didn't say it in that order or that way. What they did is they talked about specifically a site on Facebook that a woman made a post on how she lives her everyday in life dedicating herself to hating men, and she actually hates men, right? And her post got freaking umpteen. I think it was like 400,000 or 500,000 freaking hits in a couple of days.
Yeah, and all these pussy whip guys are. Yeah, I agree with you, dude.
Exactly, that's what they were talking about. these women and these men that were all agreeing, even men agreeing how they hate men.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah.
I was
think you're-
listening to the biggest talk radio station in the city, and one of the panelists was some woman. I think she's a corporate lawyer, and she made there was a whole segment of her giving her anecdotal experience of a couple of construction workers whistling at her when she was walking by or something. Like that was a news. Like as if these guys who are earning $28,000 and I think one of them got fired, and there she is with corporate lawyer raking in 250 300 grand a year.
It's fucking crazy, dude.
Well, that part comes right down to the reality. Men are hated, right? So if you get a decent looking woman, not even a real hot one, but just a decent average looking woman, walks through the door and applies for a job, and the guy applies for the job, who do you think is going to get it?
Oh, the woman for sure, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, unless it's some real hard labor but none of those are high paying, worthwhile jobs for the most part.
No.
Or they're in some
no,
far off
yeah.
area,
But
like some real far off cold area where it's miserable to be working outside.
Mm.
But
yeah, I think that's what you're going to see going on. More and more women will get the job over men.
yeah, no, I'm 100% sure it's already happening.
Yeah.
Bill, I don't think it makes a difference at this point. I think that women will never perform in certain jobs better than men. I think if you're really good at what you do and you have a skill, you're going to be able to survive in this society. I think if opportunities are going to be endless for men, because in a way, men are going to just keep their resources for themselves.
Well,
I'm not out at the bar tonight,
Well, this I agree, because the good thing that men have out of this, even though it's not good, it is good. Your resources come back to you, and you're not having some woman spend your money behind your back.
Right.
Okay? Or using a court system to rip it all away from you. So there are some good perks, okay? But overall, when it comes to the reality, you're going to see women get more jobs, but you're not going to see women get more jobs of things that are specifically trade skill, or let's say a dangerous job like a linesman.
Women don't have the biological brains to do these jobs. They simply don't. They're intelligent in multitasking jobs. They don't have the cognizant ability to climb up wires and understand voltages and drops, and they don't have it in their fucking biology. They just don't have it. They're never going to compete with men in a lot of jobs, and there'll be plenty of them. And this is where men will say, well, I'll take my shit and I'll just get out of Dodge. I mean, I think it is possible that MGTOW societies might work. Eventually, men will have to adapt in several ways. They'll either adapt to being incel, they'll adapt to sharing a woman, or they'll adapt to, and this is the other option, there might be these all apartment complexes with all men. And I'm not against that. Fuck. I mean, it might be, there's a video on, I'm telling you, these like people that live off the grid, the guy does all the fucking work. He builds the home. The woman just, oh, I'm so pretty, I tag along. That's all they do,
I'll be honest though, I'm more of a sort of an artist type. I guess you could say sort of like Mitchell, and I just don't have the mental horsepower, I don't think, to do a trade and be competitive,
I'm
because
not saying
there's
you
so
have
many.
to do a trade. I'm saying that I think that men are more capable of living off the grid than women ever will be.
Oh yeah, no, that's a good point.
Women are not smart. They lack it. Why do you think men went out west? They didn't bring women with them because women can't survive on their own. They just simply die. That's that simple.
I live in a very small 2-room efficiency in a basement. It's fine for me. It's
yeah. Well,
people like you. Go ahead, Bill.
Yeah, I was going to say, Steve, what we need is more lines women.
People like Bill, people like Minnie Rodriguez would die. They would not survive. They would not be able to put up with it.
Speaking of
I
Minnie, like, have either of you guys gotten a chance to talk with her? I want to know what her fascination with the subject matter is. Is she in the chat?
She never
No,
reached out to me.
Well,
no.
she's
Even that
It just
day she
pisses
was
me
in
off
here.
that
Even
she's
that.
not being honest about. Anyways, I don't know.
Well, even that day she was in the chat. Okay, she was doing nothing but arguing with people and slamming everybody.
Right.
Okay, you know, I did talk to Minnie Rodriguez once, but since that time you watch her actions and she's not honest. There's
Well,
no,
I
she's
mean,
just straight out not honest.
I don't want to bash her. I don't want to say anything disparaging towards her. I just want to ask her some. I just want to ask her the tough questions.
Well, she's not going to answer those questions. That's the problem. She's not going to answer them.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Maybe she's just
I don't really care, but she would not survive in an all males or an all in a top. Listen, I'm going to tell you something. Women's survival has always been in when things get easy. That's how it
right.
always is. They
Right.
don't survive. They simply die. They just can't survive on their own. They cannot. They're not capable. You take 100 men and you give them supplies and you throw them out in the wilderness, they'll find a way to survive. They'll find a way. Women would die. They'd simply die. They would just simply fucking die. That's just the reality.
I guess women are pretty good at, like, they're pretty good at, well, it's partly through their looks and their sex appeal. Not to objectify them, but their looks and sex appeal is part of why men are so drawn to these female realtors, female sales people, and
I
they
mean,
can
think
make.
about this. All these women that are taking advantage of the technology and the internet. I'd say only about maybe 10%, if that, have contributed to any real technological achievement. All the programming, all the graphic arts, maintaining of the computer mainframes, it's all done by men. It's just that simple. But they seem to weave their way around it and look like they've invented this technology, and they're so intelligent. Women have an unbelievable ability to survive through manipulation. That's all they do. That's all they do. They just survive through manipulation. It's how they survive. Now, I'm not saying that that's an excuse to not want to have relations with people that love you. If a woman is genuine and she really loves you and she really is unconditionally in love with you, you should take advantage of that. But the black pill is a hard thing to swallow, guys. It really is. Or the red pill, call it what you want. When you come to the conclusion that things are this bad, there's not much. There's a peace about it in a way, because you come to terms with the fact that when you realize that the system's rigged against you and women really don't love men, then you realize you don't have to spend your money anymore. It's not your fault, guys. I'm telling you, it's not your fault. I'm looking at you, Hayden. You're a good-looking guy. There's no freaking reason in this society why a guy like you shouldn't have women swooning on you, and you should be able to get one good woman. Okay, it's not your fault. Quit blaming yourself, man. You got to stop blaming yourself. Because a lot of guys do this, man. It's like you're dealing with a species that has been corrupted so badly. I don't see this going down very good.
You're right, Steve. I mean, it's really hard not to blame yourself, because there's always that small voice in the back of your head telling you you should be able to get a woman, but at the end of the day,
No, it's not your fault. Let me tell you, it's got nothing to do with your Asperger's. Oh, you got Asperger's. It's got nothing to do with your lack of confidence. Listen, it's got nothing to do with you personally. The system's rigged against you. When you got good-looking guys that are like they're 6'2", that work at a job and they can't get any attention. It's just no doubt. This system's rigged against you. It's got nothing to do with you personally.
it's true.
Yeah.
It just has to be a constant reminder that it's not your fault. People have to constantly remind themselves.
Yep.
They do. If they look around them, they're going to realize real quick it's not their fault. So many men have done everything society ever told them to do, and it didn't matter. It don't change a thing.
Well, when I was at Chipotle today, I was, look at some of the people ordering food, and I saw a black couple where the woman is really, really attractive, and her boyfriend was just a tad bit taller than her, but somebody was another gentleman who was with them third wheeling, he was a lot taller and he was a lot more objectively handsome than the man who had the girlfriend, but he was third wheeling. He didn't have anybody with him, and I could tell. So I guess that just kind of goes to show that, I mean, it ain't about your damn looks, because if it was about the looks, then he would have been the one with the girlfriend, and the other guy would have been, the single one tagging along.
Right.
So, but I think you're right, Steve, about the porn thing. I stand corrected on the money issue. I still just think that it's psychological manipulation to get men to think, well, god damn, if this 70-year-old guy can have sex with this pretty 20-year-old something, why the hell can't I get some 20-year-old something?
It's possible that could be. I think overall, though, is just that porn is just, there's people out there willing to do it, but you would think in the porn industry that they would make it look like everybody's got access to unlimited women and sex, but that's not the case. You've got millions of men out there just struggling.
Yep.
So that's the way it is.
It's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
It is. It's not that there's some women out there that have a hard life, but the majority of women, what they call a hard life isn't even hard, because if they had to walk in a man's shoes,
right,
it wouldn't be that way. I seen somebody the other day, that it was a video, and they were actually trying to push. Matter of fact, it was if I remember right, it was that Press for Truth. Okay? And he was talking about the transsexual topic, right? And he's talking about that, and he's talking about they finally passed a bill in one state, I think it was Alabama, okay, making it so they can't, person has to be 18 before they can transgender, right? And then the first one, the example they gave was a woman who was transgendering to a man. And I thought, what a shitty thing, what a shitty example to use. Because the majority of transgenders are men going to women, not the other way around.
Like Drunk Hulk was talking about earlier, you live in that efficiency. It's an apartment, right?
I don't live in an efficiency. I live in a house.
Oh, I guess Drunk Hulk has his mic muted, but I think it goes to show that if a woman wants to move from place to place, she has to hire, a moving crew, and she's going to be dishing out hundreds of dollars an hour to get all her shit fucking moved. But a man can literally move the majority of his shit out in a pickup truck within 2 trips, and he can, he's gone.
Yeah. I mean, most women don't even know how to change a flat tire if they get stranded on the side of the road.
Yeah.
That is so true.
Well, male labor is expendable. I mean, it's outsourceable, but that's going to come to an end, because what's going to happen now is there's fewer men in the trades now as there were years ago, because all the baby boomers that took those jobs are all retiring now. So now it's going to be a different world now, and there's going to be a tighter labor market, and we're going to see drastic changes, and I don't think they're going to be good, and I don't think women are going to start loving men anytime soon.
I wouldn't hold your breath on that one. You'll pass out and wake up with a headache.
Yeah.
Steve, there's a booming demand for tradespeople here in Texas, like electricians, plumbers, HVACs, and I've considered it at times, but honestly, I just don't know if I would have the motivation to want to go down that path.
No, you don't, because what would demotivate you is you would see trades guys that have girlfriends and wives, and yet you're alone. Because I've even noticed that even like you're always going to still see these people that can find wives and girlfriends. It's not like that every guy's living TFL, but it's a bigger percentage than you think there are.
Yeah, and considering that a lot of them are Hispanics in this region, and most of them have girlfriends or wives.
Oh yeah. I've noticed like certain, you're right. It is probably going to be tougher as the years go by. And we'll probably put men in work labor camps, because there'll be all these TFL men that don't want to work, living off the grid, and whatever that is. I mean, I don't know how. It's so insane. Bill, I got some videos I want to show you. There's this one video where this husband and wife are building this off the grid house, and it looks like it's professionally done out of Hollywood. And they make it look like that he's doing it, and he's just a guy that was a cook at one time, and he figured out how to do all this shit. This is made for mass consumption bullshit.
Oh my God! So you got a guy that was a cook for many, many years, who
Him and
just
his wife
figured
worked
out
in a
how to do
restaurant,
this. Yeah.
and they like over this 2 year period, they took this house, they built it with. The video looks like it was professionally edited out of Hollywood or something. Just like it just looks like. I mean, technically, you could probably do it with Sony Vegas, but it just like to build a house and not know anything about it. It just seems too good to be true. I wouldn't know how to build a house. I'd have to have somebody kind of guide me and say, look, you can help maybe do this part of the house. But I mean, I don't know. Have you ever built a house, Bill?
I could pretty much build a house, yep. But then
Okay,
that's
well,
because,
maybe you could do one of those.
but
Okay, I couldn't. I wouldn't.
if somebody's never done it before, Steve, then no, you're
Yeah,
not off point with what you're saying. That would be like
yeah,
that would be like somebody who's never done the trade skill you have, just coming
right.
in and going
Mm.
out and installing a system. Maybe they might figure it out, but now the system broke down and they got to come out and figure out how to fix it, right? Now I don't see
Hmm.
that happening. I don't see that happening.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
I think my brother-in-law could probably build a house, but he's been a woodworker. He's 52 years old, and he's been a woodworker since he was 18 years old. So it's just that
Right.
all that experience behind him. I mean, that's why he's
Oh
able
yeah,
to
I
do
mean,
that.
I'm sure that it's not. I imagine if you did it for a couple years and you worked on a crew and you're willing to work for shit wages, you could learn quite a bit of it because it's a lot of grunt work. You have to read. I don't know if you'd be reading plans necessarily. Obviously, you'd have to have plans if you were going to do like a pre-built house type of thing. But anyways, they make it look like anybody can just buy a piece of land off the grid and live. And then of course wait till Ryan Holmes buys up the property next door to you. They're going to force you on sewers whether you fucking like it or not.
Yeah. Well, these TV shows are very deceptive.
Yeah.
They show that and they make it look like they just snap it together like like a Lego set or something.
Yeah. I don't know. It's amazing.
I have considered, they do have, I'm sure y'all have heard of tiny houses. I have considered purchasing a tiny
Yeah.
house,
That's,
paying it in full with cash for like 15 grand.
yeah.
But at the same time, it's like if you buy even if it's like 100 square foot tiny home for 10 grand, 15 grand,
That's,
you're still going to have to, uh, rent out a lot space in an
yeah,
RV park.
it's
And
the dumbest
sometimes
thing
they're
in the
still
world
charging
because
like,
the smaller here's the funny thing, the smaller the house you buy or the more you pay per square foot. Isn't that crazy? So
yes,
actually
that's fucking
Mm.
weird.
living in a tiny house is less efficient than just renting, going to a small town where there's an overabundance. Maybe you find a small town where there's a rent for 350 a month for a 2 room or four. You might be able to get for 500 a month a 3 bedroom apartment in some small town. That's a lot more efficient than fucking living in a tiny house by far. That tiny house,
It is.
where do you dump your shit? Where do you dump your crap? Oh, I have this,
Well,
that tiny house thing is a bunch of bullshit. It's so expensive to live like that.
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah, if you ever look at the real estate, like in the Phoenix area, I mean,
Yeah.
you got these houses, these 4-bedroom, 5-bedroom houses that are like over 3,000 square feet of living space. And then you got these other houses that are about 1,500 square feet, 2 bedrooms, and they're practically like the same price.
Yeah.
I'm like,
I mean,
I'm like,
I would say that it's, what I'm thinking that the best thing MGTOW men are going to be able to do, you've got to be mobile. You don't want to own a house. You want to be mobile because if you get in a situation like I'm in right now with this fucking sewer project and all this bullshit with the school tax levy going up at the same time or trying to, and it was, then you are going to be stuck with it. But if you rent a house from somebody, you can say, sayonara, sucker, I've had enough of this. And you don't
mm,
want it to be your problem. Let it be somebody else's problem that wants to take on a problem like that. Some smart ass that thinks they know more than you. Let them own the property because in the end, I'm telling you, it's going to, MGTOW men are going to have to be mobile. They're going to have to be physically mobile, which means they're going to have to be able to move. Now, in my situation, I can't do that because I got a mom and I've got a house right now. But I think that once I get this house sold, it's going to be a lot of plans I can make now. I don't think I'll ever own a
Mm.
house ever. It's not worth it. In this economy, it's not worth it.
You won't
Right.
have the expense of repairing things no more. You
Well,
won't
I
have to
mean,
worry
I'm not
about that.
against repairing. If you have a family and you live in a healthy community and the taxes are low, but the kids are doing good, it's great to have community. I'm not against that. But those days are over. Those fucking days are over where working class communities can all get together. You're gonna have to be fucking rich to be able to live in some of these communities. I mean, it's a different world now.
Well,
Yeah.
that
I
part
mean,
is totally true. No, go ahead, Dave.
yeah. I mean, it's definitely geared towards couples with a joint income with the way these houses are priced,
Yeah.
and not only you get the mortgages, but you also got to figure in the property taxes
Mhm.
and the insurance, and
Right.
yeah, I
And
don't. Yeah,
you
it's
live in an area, you live in like, I mean, it's gonna get it's you're gonna I can see if people are willing to it's gonna get to the point where the people that have wife and kids are going to be considered the elites. And I'll tell you something how bad it's gotten. Catholic schools in Cleveland are a real big issue here because I'm sure they are in Boston too, but Catholic schools don't teach you how to be a humanitarian anymore. It's all about sending your kids to the finest colleges once they get out. It's all preparatory for getting to be a doctor, lawyer, engineer. It's you're not going to Catholic schools anymore to be a good human being and get a good education. You're there to go to college and move on to the brighter future. And this is there's gonna be a lot of class division in this country. I see it happening. Thank God I'm
yeah,
pushing 50. I'm glad I don't have to deal with this for another 50 years, you know?
right.
But I do feel bad for the younger guys that are going to have to sweat for another 30 years to do shit. 40 years of this. I don't know how they're going to do it. I mean, what I said before, me and Bill were spot on. These people in power, like the baby boomers, they're not getting rid of their power anytime soon. So you're talking three generations of Generation X, Y, and Z are going to be dealing with the wrath of these sons of bitches. We'll have no socialized medicine. There's no these people have no plan. There's no plan. Even if what's his name were to get elected, what's his name, Bernie Sanders, he's just blowing a lot of smoke up people's ass. He can't implement those policies. We don't have the money to do it now. It was something
Yeah,
we should have done 30 socialized medicine or all these things he's talking about should have been done 30 years ago. But one thing that would keep me from voting for Sanders at this point, Sanders supports unlimited immigration. He's getting the Mexican vote. He supports unlimited borders. That's what he supports. Can you fucking imagine that?
That's part of
mm,
NWO.
Well, but
yeah,
he supports it because he feels that's what he's got to do to get elected. And I'm going to tell you something. If there's one issue that I would not vote for him. I don't want. I see the way these Mexicans they hate us. They want every time they get their citizenship, they're like, yeah, ha ha, we're citizens now. We worked hard for this. Let me tell you something, Bill. I'm going to tell you this is the way I look at immigration. Immigrate to be an American citizen is not a right; it's a privilege. Only so many people per year can come into here and be legalized citizens. It's not a right to be an American. It's a privilege. You follow me? In other
Yes,
words, you can't sit there and expect to go to London, England and say, I want to be a citizen of England. I love this country. I want to live in England. It's a privilege to get to live there. It's not a right to become a British citizen any more than it's right to be an American citizen. I don't know why these fucking idiots, these dark-skinned people from over the border, they keep pushing this idea that it's a right. 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 It's not a fucking right. It's not a right just because you say it's a right. It's a privilege. And because it's a privilege, only so many people can come at a time. And I mean, honest to God, I wish we'd get this out of our fucking head that it's a right to be an American. It's a privilege to come here. It's not a right.
now
Yeah,
that's
try
pretty.
like you should try pulling that off in Japan. I mean,
Yeah.
if people
Yeah.
want to
Pull
talk
that
about
shit in
racism,
Japan and tell them and protest and say, I want to be a Japanese citizen and I want to be treated this way. I
Oh
mean, I
hell
don't
no.
understand why these Mexicans act like as if we have unlimited space for their fucking pathetic asses to come over here.
here's the
Okay?
thing.
I'm goddamn sick of these sassy Hispanic or Mexican women. Well, just because they speak fluent English doesn't impress me. Just because they're fluent in English. Oh, because they're fluent in English, I should say, well, they speak English now, so they should be able to come over here. That's this is what the immigrants want. They want to be able to break over the border and just say we want to be citizens. Can you fucking imagine me going into their country and trying that shit? They would not tolerate a bunch of Americans just jumping ship. Could you imagine if things get bad in America and all these Americans start going over to Mexico? Do you think they're going to put up with that shit?
Just try going down to Mexico on 4th of July and waving the flag, and doing all that hoopla down there, and see how that goes over.
Yeah. Well, I'm telling you I'm telling you guys right now, I don't think there's much hope for white people. I think white people are the biggest people under attack. It's the male. The white female has no loyalty toward the white man. And this is why TFL is such a problem. I mean, let's not kid ourselves, Dave. This is a racial thing. Let's not fuck around and say it's not a racial thing. It is racially motivated toward white males. There's no doubt.
Yeah.
I would agree. You know, what's so funny is that if black men or Mexican men or any other race of men see problems within their community, black people speak up about problems in the black community a lot, as well as the other races. But when white people see issues in the white community, they're not allowed to speak up about those issues. Oh, that's fucking racist. What the fuck?
No,
yeah, well,
why can't we as white people be allowed to speak up about the issues in our community in the same way that blacks or Hispanics can do in their community?
Because white men, for some reason, there's like this bad habit tendency for them to defend the system. Don't you go don't, like in the States, they're like, don't you go, you better not be talking about my government.
These hillbilly rednecks, they try to be politically correct. I mean, it's funny, they always talk about Southerners being such racist, but it seems like most white Southerners are so scared of blacks, they're so terrified of the system, and they're like, so they're not really brave like you think they are. I mean, it's like, I'm telling you right now, white people are the biggest ones under attack right now. And it might be the reason why people might associate the TFL or the incel movement with white people, because it is a predominantly affecting white people, because Hispanics seem to have their own community. Yes, they hate fucking white people. There's no doubt they do. I mean, the majority of the ones coming over the border from Mexico, they fucking hate white people. They want to stick it to them. The majority of the Somalian immigrants that are emigrating here, they hate white people. They hate them, hate them, hate them. I mean, I can't see any immigrant coming in this country. There's no humility. They just hate them, hate them, hate them. And they throw it at you. How dare you tell me I can't come to this country? I mean, I see this country as going to shit. I mean, it's going to be a balkanized country. And I could see realistically them even using non-white cops to sick on white people. White people become a more minority. They're going to be fair game for minority cops. I mean,
right. Yeah, I mean, for the longest time, we've been kind of the identifying, culture in this country, and it's just they're trying to, these people that are doing this, they're trying to eradicate it.
Yeah.
And
white women haven't helped men either, because most of your white nationalists, only like 90. If you ever see a white nationalist get together, only 10% are women.
Yeah.
The women are they can't even land women in their groups. I mean, it's like, and I've always wondered that, like, why don't the white nationalists have like 50% women? It's like they're always just a bunch of dudes hanging around. It's so pathetic. It's like they can't even get their own women on their side.
Yeah. Oh, by far the one group of people that have been treated me the worst in my life are white Caucasian American women.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's not much you can do about it. And you know what, guys? What I try, if I could use my wisdom to tell you as an older guy or a middle-aged guy, it's not your fault. This problem is not your fault. Stop fucking blaming yourself. That every time you wake up and you see a guy with a girl, or you see you see something that doesn't seem fair because you don't have a girlfriend in your life, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. That the system's rigged against you. Okay. It's only a handful of people that we hear about. They're going to become multi-billionaires. Some rags to riches, or some poor Irish kid living in New York became a billionaire, and Like you see that show. Do you ever see that show Shark Tank?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Every panelist on there comes from a so-called poor, and every one of those 6, 7 people on that panel are all from poor families at some point. But so what? All that proves is that if 10,000, 1 in 10,000 people strike out to get rich, there's somebody's going to be a multimillionaire. That doesn't prove a point. It's a
Yeah,
stupid idea.
Yeah, it's survivorship bias is what it is.
One girl,
Mm.
that Barbara Corcoran, or whatever her name is, she was a waitress for 12 years. And we hear these rags to riches stories all the fucking time, and how they did this. And you know what? Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. But the point is that they're lucky. Okay. That's not the reality of how life works.
Right. I mean, it's trying to get successful. It's like a crapshoot.
It is.
It's almost like
what the definition of successful in the average person would be if you started, let's say, a pizza restaurant, or maybe you expanded to 2 or 3 of them, and let's say you own 3 pizza restaurants all with the same name. That would be a success story. But I mean, if you're turning on the TV and you're seeing people that are like go from rags to riches, like they're just multimillionaires, and they worked on like the Jeff Bezos story. I mean, nothing. It's a crapshoot to be out there. Yes, I'm not taking away that they're not intelligent people. They are intelligent. They're very gifted. They're very aggressive, but they're also very ruthless. To get to the top like that, you've got to be a real son of a bitch.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. I mean, especially that somebody like Jeff Bezos, they all are. They just run right over
and
people.
Jeff Bezos, they did a Frontline. PBS did a documentary on him, and it's not very favorable to him. You should see it. It's really good, and it shows you basically he was a smart guy. They didn't talk about his personal life. He's adopted. His real father actually died broke pretty much. His dad didn't have any money. So,
Wow.
it goes to show you that you could literally have a kid out there if you had an illegitimate kid that could be a billionaire. You never know. So
I think it'd be harder pressed in today's society.
well, there's a bigger gap between the rich and poor than there's ever been. It's getting really bad.
Oh, that's for sure. Absolutely. I mean, and most of these people who've gotten rich, they're not trying to survive day to day, just paying. Like most people are just trying to pay their rent and run a car and all that stuff.
Right.
Like if you don't
TFL is economic. Let's not kid ourselves, guys. TFL is you cannot exclude the economic. Just like the racial end is mostly white guys, and there are a lot of black guys living TFL too. I think there are a lot of black guys living TFL because the black culture is so centered around the wife or around the woman. But the TFL problem is so severe because I think economics are playing into it. But that's all going to change, guys, because I think that there's going to be a change of the guard. Even if we're run by baby boomers, I think these TFLers and these MGTOWs, a lot of them, okay, there's going to be ones that adapt to the situation. The ones that are just going to be TFL, and they're going to be the ones that'll adapt to screwing with being one of 5 lucky guys. Yeah, lucky guys. I'm being sarcastic here. Okay, and then you're going to have the guys that just say, "Screw it, we're going our own way," and they'll figure some way to do it, and they'll get out there and they'll find their way in the world. They'll do it.
Sometimes it just makes you wonder, I mean, do we try immigrating back to our European motherlands?
I thought about that too. Like I could go back to Ukraine and I might be able to do it, but I don't speak the language, and I would have a very big problem there because I would. There's no guarantee you'll find a woman over there because let's face it this way: if you're looking to move to their country, it shows that you've got less to offer.
Yeah, well, I mean, I do have relatives that still stayed in Scotland,
Right.
so it would be a possibility. But I know that people have thrown out that there's a lot of Muslim immigration in a lot of these European countries. I don't know whether that's true or not.
Eastern European countries have stopped that bullshit. The Eastern Europeans have stopped these fucking dark-skinned fuckers from coming into their country. These ugly fucking Arabs. I saw this film of these Arabs going in. They're all dudes. There's no women. It's all penises. I'm telling you. It's disgusting when you see all these dark-skinned, like Middle Eastern people going into Europe. they're all dudes. That there's no women. Like even with the Mexicans, it's like you see a lot of women running around too. It's all dudes, man. They're unleashing the. Europe is being flooded with Arab penises.
Yeah,
So
and
Steve,
so TFL goes skyrockets in that area.
Yeah, all these dudes.
do
I
you
mean, and I know that they. I don't know what this freaking migrant thing. They need to get these fucking people out of the. They need to round them up and get them the fuck out of there. I don't care what they. It's insane what they're doing with these migrants. And it's like Hell with the Dashboard Light said. Women are not fucking these guys because they're alpha males. They see them as absolutely pathetic. It's the wounded bird.
Steve, do you think that I mean this is just a theory, just now that I'm starting to think about this a little bit more, that possibly the downfall of the white community is the fact that we left Europe to come to America?
I don't know. I don't think that's the downfall. The downfall is that white people have just given up to survive. I mean, TFL is a prime example of how we let the white women have just gone astray. But you know what? This could have happened to any race of people. I mean, I'm not saying it won't happen to. It's happening in Japan already to their own people. The Japanese, there's no herbivore men. The men are being forced to go their own way. The women don't want to be with them.
Yeah.
Well, white women have power over. I mean, white men in general don't have any power anymore.
No, they don't. They don't. But I would say Japanese men in their own country don't have much power either. I really don't think they have much power either.
I'm not sure.
Well, I know that white people are the most materialistic. We don't value family the same way other cultures value family.
No, fuck no.
That's a fact.
Most people never visit their relatives in the nursing home.
Yeah, I talked about that earlier, Steve. The fact is most people don't even go see their parents when they're in a nursing home.
Yeah.
It's like they don't even exist. They walk away from them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's so sad. That to do something like that.
Right.
I seen this going on years ago when I worked in the nursing homes, and I'm sure it's gotten a whole lot worse. It's like
the nursing homes they do treat the people pretty well there, though. I mean, the nurses, and thank God for the nurses and the STNAs, are really sweet. They do a good job.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. My grandmother was. I lost my grandmother last year, and she was. She spent about the last 5 weeks of her life in a nursing home, and they took pretty good care of her.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty thankful for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I tell you something. These wars in the Middle East have created all these migrants. I don't know why they always pick dudes though. Why is it all dudes coming over there?
Yeah, you would think it could just be the demographics, like the time period we're going through. There's more male births. Maybe it's.
You know what I think? These Arabs protect their women big time. Big time. They're never going to let their women run around in a foreign country like that.
Yeah. A lot of these Middle Eastern guys, they come over here, especially like from countries like Morocco. They come over here, make some, and they'll make pretty good money over here doing, just doing kind of a mediocre job, and then they'll go back to Morocco or wherever it is that they came from, and they'll live like a really good life over there.
Mm-hmm. It is not a right to come to America. I wish people would get this out of their fucking head. It's not a right to come here. It's a privilege.
Yeah, it's definitely gotten out of, like, just way out of hand with. I mean, how many people can you just can you fit in a small geographical area?
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, it's like.
Would it be a potential solution to move to a country, say, like Norway or Sweden, if you're willing to put up with the cold?
Yeah, but
it might be.
They're going to resent anybody coming.
It may very well be.
Oh, I love the cold. I would have no problem with Norway or Sweden. But I don't want to invade on their space either. I'm not Norwegian, so.
Yeah, it's true.
But I think
Right.
I could move to Ukraine. I listen. I'm not a materialistic person, so I wouldn't give a fuck. I don't really care about money, anyways.
As long as you got your, as
Just
long as
enough
you
to live
got your,
live a good life.
as long as you got your needs met and you're
Mhm.
happy, that's what counts.
Yeah, SBO
It's
was
very,
dead
it's
on in that
very
one
hard.
video he made.
It's very hard to be a minimalist and have a woman in your life, though. It's almost impossible.
Definitely. Like if you were doing the off-grid thing, you would definitely need one of those luxury motorhomes to even have a woman entertain the idea of cohabiting with you.
Alex Ansary said something interesting one time. He
It's
says,
true.
he goes, you'd be surprised at how many women who are maybe don't have much money. They see a guy that maybe he's got a nice little bathroom. He's got a nice motorhome with a flush toilet. You'd be surprised at how many women get there. It's all about materialism. Women are total parasites. They're all about survival.
Yeah, I mean that's most of them just look at guys as a security blanket.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing more, nothing less.
It really frustrates me the amount of women that will literally tell you to your face how much they love you, how handsome you are, but it's all fucking bullshit,
Mhm.
dude. They don't mean what they say. I've had so many women tell me, "Oh, you're so this, you're so that. Oh, I love you this, I love you that," but they don't believe it in their heart for 1 second.
I mean, let me ask a question. You're 24 years old. What keeps you from meeting women? Do they
Mhm.
just all give you the cold shoulder?
Well, in my particular situation, um, and I think Reverend 20 Piece elaborated on this as well. Um, I do have, if I were to get on online dating and try to get dates, I can get dates with women. I just can't connect with women who I'm attracted to. It would either have to be some woman that's a complete just waste, not got anything going on in her life. She doesn't take care of herself and she's insecure, or some situation like that. But most women, yes, you're right, Steve, most women do just normally give me the cold shoulder, and I just never get the opportunity
Right.
to connect with a woman.
Right.
It just doesn't matter what I do. It doesn't matter how much I go to the damn gym. It doesn't matter kind of fucking haircut or beard trim. None of that shit really matters in my experience. They
Mhm.
just don't give a fuck. They don't care.
Yeah, that's kind of been my dilemma too, Hayden. Just never being able to get that girl that you've been interested in. They've all been kind of unattainable to you, and the only ones that you might have access to is just ones that you just don't have any kind of interest in.
Exactly.
The last one I had was geez, this was probably about 6 years ago. I mean, she's about the same age as me, but she's just still fixated on doing the whole going out and clubbing and partying, things like that. It's like, come on, turn the page. We pushing 50 years old here. We're not, well, at the time, we were, I was about 40, 43, but still, I mean, that's still just too old to be doing that sort of thing.
Well, these
Yeah.
I mean,
women,
you just look stupid doing that,
these
at that
women
age.
in their 50s though, they have their pick of the litter.
Yeah, some of them do. I mean, yeah, if she's just moderately attractive, I mean, she can go on any one of the number of dating sites out there, and she can just put an ad up there and let it sit there for about a month, and she can check back, and there'll be 200-300 guys that'll message her.
Dave, another thing too is like a lot of these women are not just women, but manginas or the white knights. A lot of arguments I hear from them from time to time when you try to tell them, "Hey, I can never seem to find a woman who I'm actually interested in." They'll say, "Oh, you think you're entitled to a supermodel woman?" And it's just like, no, most TFL men have never made the claim that they feel entitled to a supermodel. We all, I mean, I would say we just want a woman who is on our match level, on our looks match level, and just somebody that we can relate to personally, that we have a lot of compatibility with to be with. Nobody's asking for the top of the top, the creme de la creme. Nobody's ever made that claim. I've never made that claim. We just want a decently relatively attractive woman that we're interested in, that we can, have things in common with. But
Right.
if you can't even
Yeah.
get that, and it's like, it's just a slap in the face to everything you've done in your life to build a respectable life for yourself, when society tells you that you're only deserving of something that's way below your league, and it's way below your league.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Right. I mean, most of these women that I've been interested in, they're actually just very much on the average women. I mean, just,
right.
the bank teller or whatever, the hairdresser that whatever, but yeah, I mean, but so many of these women, it's like they don't need, they're just not interested in you, or they don't give you the time of day. Heck, I've seen, even some of these women don't even want to be seen interacting with you. It's,
Yeah.
it's crazy.
And it's like, if you want to, I mean, if people want to put it on that point scale to where you want to judge somebody from a scale of 1 to 10, I've had a lot of women that you could probably put on the scale, rank them as maybe like a 6.5 or a 7, which I would consider myself that, in that area at least. But it's like, I can be attracted to a woman like that. I really can. And as long as there's, chemistry and our personalities vibe very well together, I can really get along with a woman like that. I've never really wanted anything more. Now, if I run into a woman who's, really, really attractive, like a woman that would be out of my league, I wouldn't turn it down if she liked me. Of course not. Nobody would. But I've never demanded, like a lot of people would assume, in the blue pill or the white nice, that, we're all just a bunch of frustrated men who feel entitled to supermodels that are out of our league. That's complete hogwash. So, if you
Yeah.
find a woman that you really like, I don't care if she shaves her head bald. I don't care if she lets her armpit hair grow. If you like a woman, you like a woman. And that's all that
Yeah.
matters.
I mean, back when I was, when I was 22 years old, there was one woman, or one girl, a girl, I should say, we were really young at the time, but I would have rated her a 9, and she was like probably the only one that I ever, had that high, on a scale of 1 to 10.
Yeah.
And all that was one date. We went out on one date, and I never saw her again. Because they just they have all these options. And
Yeah.
that's just the way it goes. It's that's.
I had a woman recently that, I really felt like it was heading in the direction of long-term relationship. I really had a lot of strong feelings with her. I took it exactly the way Bill would advise it, is that, we never had sex. We never were sexual. We took, the time to get to know each other, and we took the time to really bond and connect. And I was really attracted to her. And it's just like one of those women where you really like everything about her. You adore her. You adore her personality, inside and out. And things just fell apart. She slowly lost interest, and it got to the point where she was just ghosting me. And there was a lot of frustration and unanswered questions as to how things took the turn for the worse. But what do you do, man? What
Right.
do you do?
Yeah, that's it.
That
Yeah,
has to be hard.
Yeah.
And
That's pretty much what happened with me. It's like, just my what limited dating life I had, it was just a couple of short-term relationships, and the rest of it was just a couple of dates here and there, and and that's it.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Dave. And isn't it funny how it always seems, at least in our experience, that it's the women that you are settled in your heart and in your mind, that you are willing to go the long haul with this person, because you really see, you really feel it deep down in your heart that you're willing to be in a committed relationship with this woman and stick with her. Those tend to be the ones that fall apart, and that's the most frustrating thing about it.
Yeah, well, I agree.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know what to do about it, because people don't want to take the time to get to know each other anymore. They're
Right,
all
Bill.
they're all in a hurry.
Yeah. This may be one of those situations where there really is no easy solution to set your life up for paradise everlasting in the face of adversity like this. You may just have to, I mean, we may just have to end up dealing with it. I don't know what else to think. I really don't know what else to think.
Anymore, I think that's really the only option people got. As guys need to learn how to deal with the fact that they may very well be alone for the rest of their lives. And nobody's going to care if you're alone for the rest of your lives. The only thing that I worry about is the fact that as bad as things are getting, they start trying to demonize guys that ain't got a woman in their life deliberately. Isn't a way to go after them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's one thing I'm kind of a little concerned about myself, and hopefully, the older I get, people, I'll just kind of be looked at as just some kind of harmless older guy, and people won't really. But I'm kind of afraid for the younger guys, that have to go through this.
Well,
I mean,
from the beginning of TFL, this is something that happened within the first year and a half of TFL. I had people coming at me telling me that TFL was dangerous to society.
Yeah, which is totally a crock of shit.
It is. It's a complete crock of shit. It's to paint somehow if you can't get a woman in your life, you're dangerous to society. And I think the
Or like
only
society is dangerous to TFL in reality, but most people are not going to realize that unless they're living TFL.
Yeah, and then of course when they keep putting this bullshit up like with Elliot Rogers and so on, then people are gonna believe, oh, see if they ain't got if they ain't got a woman in their life, they have to be dangerous because they could be the next Elliot Rogers, they could be the next this or that.
Yeah, they want to lump millions of lonely guys in with one or two guys like an Elliot Roger or George Sedini or whoever else, that's out there that might have snapped,
Yeah.
Mhm.
And they can't figure out that they actually created the guy to snap to begin with. You can't continuously push people out of their life and bully them and ridicule them and cut them down their whole life and expect to have no consequences.
Right.
Yeah. Hey, Dave, I wanted to ask you a quick question to see if you've experienced this, because there's something that I've been noticing in social settings. So, let me see how I can describe this. It seems to me that when I'm in public settings where I'm surrounded by couples and I'm typically the only single person in the group, whether it's work or other places, in my interpretation, at least the way I've seen it, the women, whether they're older or younger, tend to speak to me. I'll say they'll speak to the other men who are, couples with women normally, but when it comes to speaking to me or speaking to other guys that are single in that setting, it's almost as if they're talking to you as if you're a pet or as if you're a lesser than autistic type of an individual that needs to have their hand held. Have you ever experienced that? It's
Yeah, I've on that something very similar to that. I've been I've been in social situations where I've just been kind of just treated as marginal, just kind of excluded from conversations. I was on here last week and I was talking about a story about how I was at one of my high school reunions not too long ago.
Oh
and
yeah.
this woman that I've known since we were like 5 years old, still kind of she's still in this frame of mind, like she's almost embarrassed to be seen interacting with me, because she was like the all high and mighty popular girl in school, and I was kind of like this invisible guy that was practically wasn't even there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know what you're saying, Hayden. That's I've had that happen lots of times.
Yeah, and they're always very subtle in the way that they speak. They try not to make it obvious that they're, viewing you as a lesser than, but you can pick up on it pretty quickly.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. You definitely you definitely can, especially when you have it when it's like a regular thing. It just happens to you. It seems like it happens to you over and over again.
It's just kind of, I think it gets to a point where if you've dealt with it enough times, you get used to it, and you have to, kind of psychologically learn to adapt to it and expect that it's just gonna
Right.
happen whenever you're in that type of a setting. I mean, I've had even opportunities to go out on dates that I turn down because they always want to go out into these bars or these clubs, and I never have and never will be able to feel comfortable in social settings like that, because I know that those places don't cater to the type of the person that I am.
Right.
So
yeah, no, I was never never one for the nightclubs myself. Last time I set foot in a nightclub was, oh boy, I was probably 23 or 24 years old, something like that. But yeah, I never liked the damn places anyway.
No, it's just they're fake. It's like,
yeah, they're just shallow, just shallow people, fake, like you said, they're just phony,
Now that I
yeah,
think
just
about it,
not my cup of tea.
now that I think about it, I've never been to a nightclub myself.
I would say they're not worth it.
You're not missing nothing, that's for sure.
Yeah,
It's
it's weird.
Yeah, Bill just took the words out of my mouth right there. You're not missing anything.
Except coming out, what, $45 poorer if you want to, go out on a limb and buy a couple uninterested women a drink or whatever.
Yeah, it's just they'll treat you like a pet gerbil for 15 minutes because you bought them a drink, or you might go.
I think it's a dancing monkey like that. Like, I remember 6 or 7 years ago, you go on YouTube and there's tons of these dating advice or pickup channels where the guys would be acting like buffoons, and you'd see footage of them like just doing the most absurd shit that totally socially inappropriate crap, and the women didn't respect it. You're right. There was their whole shtick was that, oh well, alpha guys, they don't care how people think of them when you have to act, you have to be alpha, bro. You have to act like you don't care what people think. But that's not reality.
No,
The reality
no.
is people are just kind of born into being desirable, and coming
Yeah,
from, or they're from the right socioeconomic background where they've known, and the women that they're going to at the clubs they've known for a long while, and most of the women at clubs, they just want to be with their girlfriends anyway. They're not even looking to hook
no.
up with a guy.
Yeah, I see that a lot too. I mean, I see a ton of white women. I mean, packs of white women just going out having fun, but I never really see, rarely, actual white couples. I mean, I saw one today when I was with my mother, but that's rare. That's rare that I see that nowadays. And who knows how long they're going to be together? She could break up with him in 2 weeks for all I know. Really
Yeah,
don't know.
I saw a white couple yesterday, the biggest mall in the city.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, I think a lot of these women that go to these nightclubs just to kind of put on a show, really, they just, look at me. I'm gonna, they, spend all, these hours and hours dolling themselves up, and just to kind of go out there and get a few drinks or whatever, and then just spit in some guy's face and then laugh about it.
it kind of reminds me of that.
They get on Instagram or whatever. They've posted their photos.
Kind of reminds me of that National Geographic show where they show the animal mating rituals, and it's got the bird that's trying to impress the female bird, and he's showing his colorful wings and he's dancing for her, and she's just kind of sitting there like, look at this dumbass.
And that's why it's like the
Kind of see
PUA.
they're unimpressed. The PUA and the birds community.
Well, they literally put on feathers in their hats, and you know,
even the male birds are living a tough life. Jeez, imagine that.
Well, there's really a hatred for men, ain't there? Even the male birds are living too well.
Well, and I most recently learned that in a lot of animal species, the female of the species is actually the stronger, more aggressive gender. And we're starting to sort of see that take shape in the human race. But of course, women are never going to be physically stronger than men are. That's just never going to happen. But
I think
in terms of their mentality, in terms of their status, they have become the stronger, more dominant sex, if that makes sense.
Well, for most people, physical strength is worthless nowadays. It's not worth anything.
Doesn't mean jack shit. I mean, if you walk into a gym and you just like deadlift 400 or 500 pounds in front of a bunch of women, they might think it's kind of cool for like 2 seconds, but they won't really give a fuck at all.
I think a lot of them would be scared.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'd probably look at you as possibly very dangerous. You're
which is a shame
strong, yeah. So therefore,
which is a shame because that's quite a amazing physical accomplishment to be able to.
Absolutely.
But,
or like I've had this happen. I've seen this in work cases too, where women will see a guy who's very physically fit and strong, and they'll just use his strength to do all the dirty work that she's supposed to do, and she'll get him to do it. Oh, can you bring these heavy boxes over to my work desk? Oh, thank you. Bunch of stuff like that. It's just like, even if they recognize your strength, even if they recognize your physical abilities, they don't respect it. They really don't care for it.
You know what you want to say to them? Can you bring them heavy boxes over here? I'd say, nope, you've been fighting for equal rights. You have the right to bring them over and go back to work.
Yeah, you could do that, or you just ignore them. You just
you finally got your equality, lady. Pick them up, get them over there.
Hey, how about you hop on the forklift, sister? Let's see you put that pallet up.
Well, I think the most physically demanding job I ever had, I was working in a liquor distribution warehouse many years ago, and there was definitely no women working there. That was all loading trucks. It was like the overnight shift. Go in there, start work at 10 o'clock at night, and work till whenever all the trucks got loaded. I mean, that could go on till 12 o'clock in the afternoon the next day. I mean, those were long days. That was a brutal job. I mean, there was definitely no women in that job.
Dave, I would love to see a very big increase in wages for these very physically demanding jobs, because I mean, that would restore a very large sense of pride for a lot of men to see a lot of their hard work and labor, actually starting to produce fruit if they were to get a $5 or a $10 raise at their job.
Yeah, that definitely should be. I mean, I would advise any young guy out there that's try to get a if you're going to do like a union job, I mean a labor job, try to get yourself into a union, and with the Teamsters or something like that. That job I had, many years ago, like I said, working in the liquor distribution place. I mean, it was tough work. I mean, but the money was really good at the time. I mean, that was like back 30 years ago, when I was making $15 an hour back then, and then time and a half, for overtime, so that was pretty good cake back then.
Oh yeah, that's
yeah. So, but I mean, and even the job that I just had, my primary career, driving for the MBTA up in Boston. That's a union job, and but yeah, that job afforded me a pretty good lifestyle. So I'm, pretty grateful about
Absolutely.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, if you were making $15 an hour 30 years ago, you were actually doing pretty darn good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So and if doing that, and plus, you did a few hours of overtime in a shift. I mean, you would be making, you could be making like $180 a day or $200 a day back then.
Mm.
And
Wow.
yeah, that was big money. I mean, you had
Gosh.
yeah,
Yeah,
that
back
was yeah,
yeah,
that was
back
back when
then.
the
I go back to when I first started working, okay? And minimum wage then was $3.10 an hour.
mm,
And you would work your butt off, and at the end of the week, you made $120 after Uncle Sam took his.
was that your first when you were about 16, Bill?
Yeah, actually, I started working at 14.
Oh, okay.
I had a work permit, but I couldn't do 80-hour, 40-hour weeks, of course,
Yeah,
because they had their child labor laws on the crap.
right. Yeah, my first job was working at a grocery store. That was in 1986. I was 16, and the minimum wage then was about it was just under $4 an hour. I think it was like $3, and in the state I live in anyway, it was like $3.75 or something like that, $3.80.
Oh yeah,
Mm.
I remember a job that was paying $7 an hour back in the day, way back then, and everybody was scrambling to try to get that job because that was good pay.
Mm.
And you wouldn't think that $7 an hour would be good pay, but if you went back far enough, yes, it was.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, I mean that's probably what my dad was making when he first started. He first got on the fire department in 1971. He was probably making right around $7 an hour.
Jesus, how the times have changed.
Yeah. Well, I can go back because I'm a smoker. I can go back and remember when I first started smoking, okay? And when I got of age to buy it and stuff, I was buying a pack of name brand cigarettes for 55 cents a pack.
Yeah, I believe I can remember when I was a kid seeing packs of cigarettes in vending machines, and yeah, they were like less than $1, like 75 cents. I remember those days. I was
Yeah.
I was just a young kid at the time, but I do remember seeing that.
A gallon of gas for 51, 52 cents a gallon.
Mm.
Fill a 22-gallon tank up for $10. Try that nowadays, guys. Ain't gonna happen.
Oh man, I think we're in for a hell of a ride with this TFL thing. I don't know how it's going to turn out, honestly. I really don't.
I think it's gonna come down to what Steve said. I think guys are going to accept it, and it's gonna get worse. And women are gonna really continue to have all the choice and all the everything. How would they not? Too many guys are so desperate, okay, that they'll literally do anything, and they will not stand up for themselves to a female for fear of losing her.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I think man, there's really nothing else to do but to try to enjoy your life to the best of your ability, and then one day we'll pass away, and whatever's on the other side, I guess we'll find out when we get there. But in the meantime,
Yeah,
yeah,
I think that's exactly. I've just that's what I've done. I've just adapted to it and just said now with it. I'm just going to do what I just enjoy my life the best I can. Just do a little just do a little traveling and and go see places and just kind of focus on your with things that you're interested in, and
yeah,
yeah, I just don't even think it's at this point in my life. I just I know it's kind of more difficult when you're younger, but at this stage in my life, I'm like I actually don't mind it anymore. It's I know I've just gotten so used to it.
That's it.
well, That's a great thing. I mean, I admire, the idea of having zero sex drive and just being able to live your life peacefully without a single thought of wanting to stick your dick in a hole, like Bill mentioned. It just the
Mm.
thought of living with that mind state is so appealing to me, but
Yeah.
it's not like I can wave a magic wand and make that come to pass.
Right. Yeah, it definitely wasn't always like that. I mean, back in my early 20s, I mean, those were kind of dark times for me. I was like, just, that's when the TFL kind of bothered me the most. I was, especially being so young and just going into an adult video store on a Friday night, picking out a porno movie or something like that. That was really depressing.
Right.
Yeah,
But
you were going out to pick out this pornography. Okay, you were young, you wanted, you couldn't get. And so what you're going home and you're watching this pornography, winding yourself up, okay? And then all that did in the end was just depress you even more.
yeah, oh yeah, exactly. It just manifested the problem. That's all it did. But I mean what I see going on with with the porno industry nowadays, how perverted it's gotten, and how widespread it's gotten. I mean, it's just like, you go online and it's just like everywhere. I mean, it's just a terrible thing. At least back then, they kind of they kind of covered it up a little bit. I mean, it's you would you didn't obviously back then the internet wasn't around, and even for a while, I mean, even after the internet came about, pornography still wasn't really accessible like it is today. Now it's just like,
Oh,
you
now
know
it's everywhere. It's all over the internet for free.
yeah, exactly. you know
And you think about it, the amount of money they were making off pornography. Multi-billion-dollar industry, okay? And then suddenly they turn around and pass it out for free. Don't tell me it wasn't deliberately put out here. It was deliberately put out here to destroy you.
hmm
Dave, one thing I
Yep.
admire about your attitude is that you're not optimistic about the future, but at the same time, you're not in a state of depression thinking about the way society's going. You're in a solid, like, neutral position where you're just objective about what experiences you see and have, and you never sway to either end of the extreme. Do you think that's the best way to handle the situation?
Yeah, I would say just kind of do it, just kind of go about it that way, and just not worry about it, and just don't kind of like beat yourself up over it. And like we've been saying, it's not don't blame, whatever you do, don't blame yourself, for this thing.
Right.
Because because we don't have to, you just don't have any control over it. And that's definitely not your fault that you're any guy that's living this.
Yeah, I think that's probably the way to go. Not to be optimistic, because we can easily get my hopes down. Trying to put trust in a society like this, and then not really getting depressed or suicidal about it. Just maybe trying to maintain a
Right.
neutral medium where all I do is do the best I can to keep my emotions out of it and just look at objective reality for what it is and try to live my life, and whatever happens happens.
Right. Yeah. I just think that I'm, you know, probably actually happiest now because, I know I'm not going to lose, my livelihood or anything like that. I'd actually be afraid to get married to some woman in this country and take a chance on, it's like a roll of the dice and take a chance on losing,
Yeah.
losing half of your income possibly, to alimony or whatever.
Yeah, I would hate that. I mean, I can't
Yes.
imagine being stuck in an alimony situation or child support, divorce. Oh no,
Right.
gosh.
You know,
Whew.
personally, the child support thing, I'm not against child support. I'm against them not mandating it, okay, to where you got to go by the cost of living. You know what I'm saying? You
Yeah,
can't be giving child
Mm.
support to a woman that, okay, and she's gonna like what happens to so many rich people. They pay through the nose to the woman, okay? I don't agree with that. I do agree with child support for the fact that it took two people to make the baby, okay? So I think that both the woman and man should be responsible for cost, but it should get once the cost is you cannot outweigh what the cost is of raising a child and expect that to be right, okay? I've never agreed with alimony because I don't think any guy owes it. But as I said before, if you marry a woman and she don't work and you support her and you don't have no kids and 10 years later she dumps you or what have you, she can legally get alimony off of you because she can prove she didn't work and you supported her. And once that happens, she gets the alimony because somehow you owe her the
Mhm.
money that you was supporting her before when you were with her. Okay, and you don't. I don't agree with that.
Right. Mm.
Okay, and you know I'm never going to agree with that because I don't think anybody owes anybody a living. Okay, everybody's having to work their tail off just to make a living to begin with. So why should you be given a magical pass because you got a vagina between your legs?
Right. Yeah, and these guidelines with the child support can be very unfair too. I mean, I've seen guys, that they'll get a set amount they have to pay. Let's just say, okay, you got to support one kid, and okay, we're taking a certain percentage of your salary, and this is what you got to pay, and that'll be like say $800 a month, and then the guy loses his job, and he's not making as much money, and they'll still keep that amount the same. They won't lower it. They won't adjust it.
mm,
You know,
Yeah, no,
I've
they
seen,
won't
I've seen,
adjust it. They'll leave it exactly the same. And then if you
yeah,
get behind, then they want to pick you up and lock you up for being behind.
right.
mm.
Yeah, they start this whole process on you. The first thing they do is they'll take you to court. Then they'll take your license away from you. You drive, so how are you going to get to work? And then yeah, then sooner or later, you could actually end up going to jail. You know,
Oh.
it's pretty serious stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, you lose your driving privileges if you don't pay child support. Okay, now you can't drive no more. Because they took your driver's license away from you because you're behind on child support. They just don't care. Okay, I mean, I'm not
Mm,
against child support, but it needs to be regulated. I don't care how much it only takes so much to raise a kid. Okay, but our society don't care about that. It's more the man, the man, the man. You're always at fault. You're always the villain. And then was you magically you got to pay child support? Okay, but then when it comes to visiting your kids, you don't have the same right. Oh, sure, the court
Mm,
system says that the woman can't deny you visitation, right? Yes, she can. Because when you call the cops and show them the divorce decree, and you say it's my weekend to visit my kids and she's refusing, the cop says, "Oh, well that's civil. You have to go to the courthouse and apply and take her back to court in front of the judge." So you got to pay
mm.
money to get her in front of a judge again. You got to wait on months to get in the courtroom. The judge scolds her and slaps her hand. She lets you see her kids again for a couple weekends or a month or two, and then she does it again. She's not going to get in trouble for denying you seeing your kids.
yeah. Yeah, I got a good friend of mine, Bill, that's going through just exactly what you described. His visitation rights are very, very limited. He probably sees his kid about about not even 2 weeks out of the whole year.
Yeah. Well, you know what happened to my brother? He wasn't allowed to see his kids. And he didn't have the money to keep going and filing with the courts. And that's what it comes down to. You literally have to freaking file with the courts each and every time. And that costs money. Then you get her in front of the judge, you scold her, she don't care. She goes home again, lets you see him a few times, and cuts you off again. And pretty soon you just give up. And you don't see your kids no more. And then meanwhile, she'll turn the kids against you. And everything will be your fault. And anything she'll ridicule you in front of the kids. So then the kids, as they get older, start hating on their dad because, well, you never visited me. But they didn't know that their mom was stopping you because the mother don't tell them that part.
Right.
So you're painted out as the villain who didn't care about their kids and all this other bullshit. Okay? And your kids are turned against you. And this stuff happens all the time. It's just really anymore, it's not worth it. But hey, guys, we are like 1:15 of my time in the morning, and I know for Dave it's later.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to get on out of here for another week. But Dave, I thank you for being here. And Hayden, I definitely appreciate you showing up when I didn't have nobody else on the show.
Thanks for having me on, Bill. It's always an honor.
Hey, I drunk Hulk. I love the hell out of you. You're a good man. And I definitely appreciated that. So with that, guys, I'm going to get out of here. And you all have a good night.
Right.
I was talking with you, Dave. Have a good night, Dave.
You too, Hayden.
Bye-bye,
See you,
guys.
Bill.
Take care.
Yep.